Hello, everyone, and welcome to the corner of F and Ninth Streets here in downtown Arcata for this presentation of Humboldt Crabs Baseball on KGOE 1480 and the Humboldt Crabs YouTube channel. Hello, everyone. I'm Liam Warner. Alongside me here in the booth is North Coast Journal writer and photographer Thomas Lahl.
It's good to be back, Liam. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, it is. Tonight, the Humboldt Crabs take on the Reading Tigers after taking 2 out of 3 from the West Coast Kings last weekend in what was a very good series, Thomas.
It was. It was probably the most competitive series that the fans here at Arcata Ballpark have gotten to see. There were some competitive games out on the road, but perhaps the most intense ones of the season, I would hazard to guess, were played here over this last weekend.
Yeah, they were all fantastic games. Friday night, the Crabs won 8-4 in what I think was the best ball game of the year, at least here at the Arcata Ballpark. Then Saturday, the Crabs lost a tough one, 7-5, and then Sunday they bounced back in the rubber game, winning 6-0. So that was great.
It was. It's a really impressive pitching performance from starting pitcher Owen Stevenson on Sunday, and then the bullpen with Sean Prozell and Chad Wilson has just been flawless this season. So
that certainly was a dominant trio on Sunday for sure. So the Crabs take on the Reading Tigers, who we have played previously just before the road trip to San Luis Obispo. We played the Reading Tigers on the 22nd and 23rd of June. First game, we beat the Reading Tigers 6-3, and then in game 2, we beat the Reading Tigers 7-2. So pretty good ball games there, but the Crabs definitely have gotten very hot since those games back in June.
They've been hitting really well ever since then, and the momentum has just kind of kept them rolling through these July months, and it's been good. It's been good baseball from the Crabs so far.
All right, time for the national anthem, and then we will have lineups and first pitch. All right, a great performance from the world-famous Crabgrass Band, as usual. Just to let everyone know, the Professor Benjamin Schaefer is on assignment for the start of the game, but he will be along in the top of the 4th inning. So now we will get the lineup, starting with the visiting Reading Tigers. Leading off for them will be the left fielder, Khalid Johnson. Batting second will be the shortstop, Keenan Morris. Batting third will be the center fielder, Mike Benavides. Batting fourth will be the first baseman, Gio Maharis. Batting fifth will be the third baseman, Jaden Gorge. Batting sixth will be the second baseman, Luke O'Brien. Batting seventh will be the designated hitter, Benji Edwardson. Batting eighth will be the right fielder, Eric Spencer. Batting ninth will be the catcher, Nick Newton. And on the mound for the Reading Tigers will be Will Tasista. And now here is Thomas with the starting lineup for the Crabs.
And for the Humboldt Crabs tonight, after the center field leading it off, we'll have Tyler Gannis. From shortstop, we'll have Aaron Casillas batting second. Batting third will be the first baseman, Gabe Gioso. Then in fourth, batting cleanup, we'll have Andrew Allenson catching them from behind the plate tonight. Following him will be in fifth, Ethan Fischel, second baseman for the Crabs. Then we'll have third baseman David Morgan in the sixth spot. In seventh, we'll have Connor Kincaid out in right field tonight. And in left field, following him, we'll have Aiden Morris. And designated hitting and batting ninth, the birthday boy, Ethan Smith. And dealing him on the mound will be Adam Walker.
And Adam Walker coming into this game, 19 and 2/3 innings pitched. He comes in with a record of 3-0. He has an ERA of 1.37, 12 walks to 27 strikeouts as he takes his warm-up pitches on the mound.
It's been a good pitching staff this summer from the Crabs. Not really any rough spots to speak of that have been too horrendous, or at least not horrendous to the point where the bats haven't been able to get them out of some trouble a bit later on in the game. And I expect we'll see a pretty good, solid performance from Walker tonight if I had to hazard a guess.
I mean, all the Crabs pitchers, none of them have an ERA above 2.8. And so that's pretty impressive. They have a team ERA of 1.91.
It's been a strength of the team for sure. You'll ask these guys, you'll ask Robin Guyver, you'll ask Eric Ciccone, what's the secret? And it's pretty simple. They go out there and they throw strikes and they get the job done. They're pretty efficient about it too.
Another stat that pops out at you is their total walk to strikeout ratio, which is 119 walks to 394 strikeouts so far this season, and that is super impressive for any team to have. All right, so we are about ready to get started. Khalid Johnson will step in for the Reading Tigers. Adam Walker on the mound. And the first pitch of the ball game is a called strike, and it's 0-1.
Nice down inside, just establishing that inside part of the plate. Nice and early, Adam Walker. It's a beautiful day here at Arcata Ballpark. Sun coming in right now.
The 1 pitch in there for a called strike again, and it's 0-2. The umpires tonight at home plate, Zach Norton, first base, Michael Cowan, and at third is Chris Peterson. The 0-2 to Johnson is just low and outside, 1-2.
Thought about chasing that one, but did well to hold back. It's nice to see the Crabs is a little bit more of a normal-looking infield for tonight after some injuries over this last week or so.
It's nice to have David Morgan back. The 1-2 pitch is a high chopper in the infield. Fielding it is the third baseman, Morgan. He's not going to have a play. And Johnson will have an infield single to start off this game.
There's a really high break there on that chopper over to Morgan, and kind of a 50-50 ball there between him and shortstop Aaron Casillas. So look like they're just chatting things over, talking about that one, and that's always going to be a tough one to make a play on. And did well to get over there, showed his range a little bit, but like you said, it's nice to have him back. He's a steady defensive presence over there at third base.
One of the best third basemen I've seen come through here in a while is Keenan Morris swings and misses at that first pitch from Walker, and it's 0-1. Keenan Morris, the brother of Crab Aiden Morris.
Yes, sir. And Aiden be out in left field tonight, so I imagine he wouldn't be opposed to snagging a fly ball off of his brother now and then if the occasion should arise.
Nice little sibling rivalry there.
It always is, and it seems like one that is quite fierce internally, but I'm sure at the end of it, and give it a week or so, and they'll be able to laugh it off, whatever the result might be tonight.
The 1 Keenan Morris is swung on and missed, and it's 0-2.
And just to touch up on that David Morgan point from earlier, I mean, he took a couple of injuries to the wrist in quick succession over the last week and a half or so. So he ended up sliding into, or he leaped into home, sprained his wrist, and then
0-2 swung on and missed, strike 3.
Then he ended up taking a pitch off of the wrist as well, just this last weekend. So luckily X-rays came back, nothing broken, good to go today, and we'll see what he can do tonight. And he was just starting to heat up a little bit in the batter's box too after having a little bit of a tough time. So hopefully he can keep that form going. Yeah,
that's the tough thing about that injury. So 1 down for the Reading Tigers. That'll bring in Mike Benavides. And just the way that David Morgan went down, I thought he was going to be out for the rest of the season. So super glad to have him back. First pitch to Benavides is just outside, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, it's good to have him back, and then obviously Allenson has had an interesting season so far injury-wise behind the plate, but he's back after getting spiked as well this last weekend, so it's good to see him there.
1-0 to Benavides. Runner goes, pitches a called strike, throw down to second, and Johnson just slides under the tag, so he'll have a stolen base.
Yeah, not necessarily a bad throw there from Allenson, who's behind the plate catching tonight.
No, I thought he had a chance to get him with that throw, but
good speed from Johnson.
Exactly. So runner on second. A 1-1 count to Mike Benavides. Walker checks second, the pitch. And it's fouled straight back, and it's 1-2.
Johnson's still getting a pretty good lead out there, and don't know how much Walker's really going to pay attention to him at this point in the game. With 2 strikes on the board, you might as well just try to focus in on the batter and get the job done there, you might think.
Well, Khalid Johnson's the leadoff hitter for a reason. Must have some speed. One-two to Benavides. Runner goes for third. Pitch is in the dirt, and Johnson's going to have that base stolen easily.
If he steals another one, there'll be a real problem.
Right? Don't want that to happen.
We're now in a 2-2 count.
I'd be impressed, though, if he stole home.
That would be impressive. It's a pretty short backstop here, too, at Arcata Ballpark. So even if one gets by it, it's going to be pretty tough to score unless it stays back there for a hot minute.
Especially difficult here. Runner on third with 1 out for the Reading Tigers. The 1-1, and that hits Benavides on the helmet. And he's going to run down to first and take his base. He seems like he's all right, but
seems like he's okay. The Tigers coaching staff just coming out to check on him a little bit. That one looked like it just slipped out of the hand almost of Walker. Didn't seem intentional. He seems a little upset with himself.
Oh, no, yeah, that's not intentional at all. The one thing I have noticed this season, and I don't know if there's any meaning to it, but there have been, at least to me, it seems like a lot more hit batters on the helmet this season than in past years.
You'll get ones where that's going to hit them in the back and just plunk them, but yeah, there have been a fair amount of helmet contact hits.
Maharis will step in. Breaking ball is up high. Benavides goes for second, and he'll have second base stolen. So the Reading Tigers pretty aggressive on the bases to start this game.
They are putting pressure on Adam Walker here pretty early on, and Allenson, that throw didn't look like it came out particularly quick, just a high little floater that really there was no chance for officials to try to grab that one down and tag out the runner. So it's going to put him in a strikeout situation for sure at this point.
Yep, second and third, 1 out, and the Crabs getting a little taste of their own medicine as the Reading Tigers running all over the bases to start this game. The 1-0 to Maharis is swung on and dribbled fouled on the first base line. It's 1-1.
Gio Maharis, if he brings a couple in here, I don't think he's going to be as well loved as he was the last time that he was in this ballpark, where he became one of the fan favorites by far that I've ever seen come through here by an opposing player.
Yes, he was. Didn't he give a signed bat to somebody?
He gave a signed bat to a kid. He signed several baseballs for younger fans too. It was really cool to see.
That's awesome. The 1-1 is low, 2-1. It's always nice when a member of the opposing team kind of endears themselves to the Crabs fan base. I always think that's super cool.
Absolutely. And he also, as we probably mentioned on the last broadcast when the Tigers were in town, he went to high school and played with Crabs first baseman Gabe Gioso.
Oh, right.
At LaSalle High School, I believe.
That's cool.
So a little bit of history there. Gioso has had several teammates at various stages of career that he's played against here this summer.
2-1 to Maharis is swung on and foul tipped into the glove of Allenson. It's 2-2.
Gioso's one of those guys that seems like no matter if you're on the field, if you're his teammate or if you're his opponent, you have to respect him, and especially the bat that he's carried over the last about month or so for the Crabs.
Yeah, Gabe Gioso got really hot after the last time that the Crabs faced these Reading Tigers. Is that it's a little dribbler to the shortstop Casillas. Casillas will pick it up, throw to first to get the out. A run does score, and it's 1-0 Tigers.
We'll put 2 outs on the board for Adam Walker, and at this point where you're just thinking damage limitation after you got 2 runners in scoring position, it's not the worst place to be.
Well, with the offense that the Crabs have, I think they're willing to trade an out for a run here. Benavides does move to third, so there's a runner on third with 2 outs. That's going to bring up Jaden Gorge. Pitch to Gorge, fouled straight back, and it's 0-1.
A little bit of a different lineup in the outfield as well for the Crabs today. They got Aiden Moritz out there, who wrapped up the West Coast Kings series in left. And in center, Tyler Gannis. I believe the first time we've seen the University of Oregon outfielder in center this season. And I don't believe we've also seen Connor Kincaid over in right field yet at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. The 0-1 is just outside, and it's 1-1.
Mixing things up a little bit, giving usual, at this point, center fielder Luke Powell a little bit of a rest after he had a pretty darn good series against the Kings.
Yeah, he did. Luke Powell's been pretty hot recently. The 1-1 is inside to Gorge, and it's 2-1. I think Aiden Morris played left field pretty recently.
He did. He played on Sunday
yeah,
in left.
He made a really nice throw, I think, from left field to get a base runner out on the bases.
Absolutely. The dugout was pretty stoked after that one.
2-1 is high and inside, 3-1.
That one just looks like it slid up there for Walker and be looking to bring it a little bit more in control here. Needed strike, you have to say.
3-1 pitch to Gorge is low, ball 4, so Adam Walker in a little bit of trouble to start this game. Run already across, first and third, 2 outs for the Tigers, and that's going to bring up Luke O'Brien.
Like you were saying, though, Aiden Moritz made a couple of really nice plays out in left field, a couple of nice catches in that throw to tag out an ambitious runner, ricocheted off of the bricks out there in left, and he played it super well on that hop and managed to gun it in and get the runner out on Sunday.
That was at second base, right?
Yes, sir.
First pitch to O'Brien is outside, 1-0. Yeah, that was impressive. He played it perfectly off the wall and then just a perfect strike down to second. And Aiden Morris has been really impressive in the outfield this season. He's played right field a couple of times, and he's made a few nice diving catches. And
he's a player who has a flair for the impressive play when he's in the outfield.
A lot of Crabs do. The 1-0 is in there for a called strike, 1-1. This whole team has a flair for impressive plays. You see him every night.
Oh, most definitely. And you see it, it's in the little things, too. The way that they'll dust off a pitch, or you'll see a pitcher every once in a while just stare down a runner for a hot second, and there's a little bit of extra flair there.
Well, 1 to O'Brien is dribbled foul. It's 1-2.
I was out on the field the other day during not batting practice, just during warm-ups, and, you know, we talk about Giosa's swing a lot because we get to see it a lot. I have not seen a guy uncork a throw the way he can as well. You just don't get to see it all that often over at first.
Yeah, you don't get to see that arm on showcase very often. The 1-2 is a called strike 3. The runner goes, but doesn't matter because that's the third out, and that's going to end the inning. So the Tigers get 1 run here in the top of the first inning. They lead at 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the first. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball on KGOE 1480 and watching live on the Crabs YouTube channel. Welcome back to the ballpark. Bottom of the first inning. The Reading Tigers leading the Humboldt Crabs 1-0. Harper Motors has been serving the North Coast for more than 100 years. Check out all the latest models, new and used, like the new 2021 Ford F-150 Hybrid Power Boost or the 2021 Kia Sorento Hybrid SUV 2 miles north of Eureka, or visit us online at harpermotors.com. Harper Motors will donate $50 to District 26 Little League for every home run the Crabs hit this season. Go Crabs, go.
I think they could get me a Model T if I asked really nicely.
Maybe, I don't know. All right, so it's going to be Tyler Gannis to lead it off for the Crabs, followed by Aaron Casillas and Gabe Gioso, the typical 1-2-3 that Robin Guyver has put out there.
And if you're going to get a leadoff guy on, Tyler Gannis is the one that you want out there. If anything, just for the hype that he'll give to his own dugout. But he's got some speed on the base path as well.
Oh, yeah. This is a man that can do everything on and off the field.
He is a multi-dimensional talent.
Yes, he
out
is.
on the field and in life.
I've never seen a Crabs player that's done as much off the field as Tyler Gannis has. First pitch to Gannis from the Tigers pitcher Will Tasista is low, 1-0.
It's a pretty common approach we see as Gannis just presented the bunt there. Don't know if he really wanted to put the bunt down, but like I said, he has such good speed that if one trickles into this long infield grass, he's got a chance.
1-0 pitch is inside. Gannis kind of has to shuffle his way out of the way of that one. It's 2-0. Yeah, keeping the defense honest. Crabs are pretty good at doing that.
It's been his approach over the last game or two as well.
2-0 pitch is a little pop-up, shallow right field. The second baseman, Luke O'Brien, will make the catch, 1 down.
That'll bring up Aaron Casillas, the shortstop for the Crabs, who has really been improving over the last week or so. In the batter's box, he struggled through the first half of the season or so, but he's come through with some big at-bats when the Crabs have needed him, and really seems to have shored up his offensive play, which is great when you consider how good of a defensive player he is.
First pitch to Casillas is in there for a called strike, 0-1.
It's one of those guys that's been a solid regular starter for the Crabs, and it's nice when the bat starts to come alive too.
Really good shortstop. Yeah, the 0-1 is outside, and it's 1-1.
As the shadows start to lengthen here, just as the sun starts to dip behind home plate a little bit. It's going to make it a little bit tougher for the fielders.
Especially the corner infielders. The 1-1 is a little line drive over the head of the shortstop Morris into center field for a base hit.
That's a really pretty bit of hitting there from Casillas. Didn't try to do too much with it. Didn't need to. Just floated out there in a shallow center field, and that'll get you going.
Wasn't hit especially hard. It kind of just floated out there. And that's going to bring up the beast, Gabe Gioso.
In his natural habitat, the batter's box, and with a runner on base nonetheless. This is about as good as it gets if you're Gabe Gioso, until we get bases loaded.
Well, yeah, you don't want to have bases loaded. If you're the other team, you don't want to have bases loaded and Gabe Gioso up as he fouls the first pitch off. 0-1. That's a nightmare right there for pitchers.
I don't think there's really a good time to have Gabe Gioso up to bat, even when the rest of the team is struggling. He's one of those guys that just makes things happen in the batter's box, and he has this confidence that I've noticed, and I've heard guys on the team talk about it. He has a mentality when he's up there that I'll get to here in a second after this pitch comes.
He's coming into this game hitting .454 as a throw to first, and Casillas is back in diving. He's hitting .454, a .509 on-base percentage, so he's getting on base 50% of the time. He's slugging .732, and his OPS is 1.241. That's on base plus slugging. As the 0-1 is outside, and it's 1-1.
And Gioso, I've heard it said throughout the dugout, is his approach is just very simple as a hitter. If he ends up hitting a hard ball and it just happens to be where the shortstop is or where an outfielder is, it comes down for him that the pitcher didn't beat him. And I think that's something that's been super critical for him, is just he gets out there and he doesn't get in his own head. He can just go out there, play his game. If he's hitting his stuff, he knows he's going to get barrels eventually, and it's been working to a really high degree of success this summer.
Another throw to first, and Casillas is back in diving. He just sounds like a guy that doesn't get too high and doesn't get too low. He just stays level.
He's really a rock-steady player out there, and also a smart one. He's getting his master's degree right now in sports management as well, so he as well is a guy who can do a lot.
1-1 pitch is a high drive, deep left field. The left fielder going back, and it's foul. That was real close.
That is the power that we were talking about on full display, just falling over the batting cages and over onto the freeway.
That's a freeway ball foul. That's a spectacular foul ball from Gabe Gioso.
Aaron Casillas had a good jump there, too, anyways, so if that was hit hard, he might have been scoring anyways.
Yeah, I think with Casillas' speed, I think you're right. Well, I think that foul ball puts Will Tasista on notice.
It's missing somewhere.
The last time Will Tasista did face the Crabs last time they played the Reading Tigers, and Gabe Gioso was not quite as hot back then.
No, he's really heated up over the last about a month or so.
The 1-2 to Gioso is up high. Runner goes. The throw is way ahead of Casillas, but he gets under the tag and has second base stolen. I thought he was a dead duck there.
They had him dead to rights, but a nice little dive there from Casillas keeps him alive, puts him in scoring position. The stolen base, not bad. I mean, not bad at all, Aaron.
Some nice evasion there from Aaron Casillas because the throw was miles ahead of him. The throw from Nick Newton was very good.
Newton, that was a really good throw as well because that was a curve. That was a breaking ball, looked like on the outside. So to get a handle on that as quick as he did, well done, well done.
So runner on second, one out. 2-2 to Gioso is in the dirt, and it's 3-2.
Full count with the beast in the box. You know the Crabs dugout's already loving it.
Oh yeah. And Gabe Gioso's hitting .485 with runners in scoring position.
It's not much better than normal.
Right? It's just crazy. That's like not much higher than his actual batting average. The 3-2 is outside, ball 4.
Really good eye there.
I'm not surprised that Will Tasista did not go in the zone on that one. There's an open base at first, and you don't want Gabe Gioso to hurt you, although Andrew Allenson is stepping in the box, and he's going to hurt you too.
It's not much relief if you're Tasista right now. Allenson has got an absolute barrel, especially batting left-handed. I was talking to him the other day. He feels like he's got more power from the left side of the plate, or from the left-handed batter side of the plate, and
first pitch, Allenson swung on and missed, and Gioso's picked off of first. Both runners went. Casillas went back to second, but now they have Gioso in a pickle here, and the first baseman, Maharis, is going to tag him for the out, and then they're going to get Aaron Casillas going to third. So a total base running blunder from the Crabs here to end the inning.
What we have here is a failure to communicate, folks.
Wow, it's hard to explain. And Aaron Casillas started to go, and then he went back to second, and Gabe Gioso was going as well. Gabe Gioso got caught up between first and second. They tagged him out. Then Aaron Casillas tried to go to third on that play, and then they tagged him out as well. So that's going to end the inning. Reading leads 1-0 as we head to the top of the second. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball on KGOE 1480. Welcome back to the ballpark. Top of the second inning. The Reading Tigers lead the Crabs 1-0. And
it was the
final 2 outs of that last inning were quite odd.
That's perhaps the most creative way I've seen to mess up your base running at the ballpark this season.
Yeah, very interesting double play where Gabe Gioso was picked off, and then Aaron Casillas was thrown out heading to third. So we'll head to the top of the second. The Reading Tigers still lead.
Well, it's really an unfortunate spot for Casillas, too, because once Gioso committed to try to go to second, he had to go to third, and just did not work.
And the first pitch to Benji Edwardson is low, 1-0 from Adam Walker.
I don't think Casillas even went back to the dugout after that interaction.
1-0 pitch is swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. I don't think he wants to look at the coaches after that play.
Not after that one, and just kind of chilled out there between second and third at a shortstop spot for a hot minute.
The 1-1 to Edwardson is a ground ball right back to the pitcher, Adam Walker. He's going to throw to first, and that's the first out of the inning.
Good glove by Walker. Nice little defensive play. Just got right down in front of it and picked it up. And nice and easy toss.
Not hit very hard, but it's a lot harder than it looks for a pitcher to field it and throw to first. I mean, they're not used to making throws over to first all that often. So
especially coming out of your release like that.
That'll bring up Eric Spencer with one down. Spencer is low and inside, 1-0.
Well, we've had a couple, not to the extent that we saw at the end of this last inning, but we've seen a couple of base running issues with the Crabs this season.
1-0 pitch is outside to Spencer, 2-0.
As guys get maybe a little ambitious, trying to make stuff work that isn't going to be there, but that's the game sometimes.
A lot of the times, the Crabs' aggressiveness pays off, but that time it sure did not. The 2-0 is a little pop-up, shallow right field. Kincaid coming in, and he'll make the catch, 2 down.
That was nice range there from Kincaid. I thought that was going to fall into shallow right, rather. And
yeah, I thought the same thing.
Nice.
I thought that was going to be a base hit, but it just hung up there enough for Kincaid to make the play.
Nice little play.
That's going to bring up the Tigers catcher, Nick Newton.
Crabs has got the radar gun out tonight, I see.
I'd like to see what those numbers are. First pitch to Newton is in there for a called strike, 0-1.
They had it out on Sunday as well when Chad Wilson was on the mound, and he was hitting about 91, it seemed like, early on into his appearance there. So
Chad Wilson throws hard. The 0-1 is inside, and it's 1-1.
He does. He's a terrifying pitcher, and we might see him later tonight. We'll see how this game shakes out.
The absolute definition of being super efficient. The 1-1 is in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2.
Yes, and the Crabs, as we said a little bit earlier, they have that bullpen strength where they can lean on it when they need to close out games and just perform at an extremely high level without needing to throw, 40, 50 pitches a night.
The 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. And they have two different closers they can go to, Chad Wilson and Sean Prozell, who are both equally as good.
Absolutely. I feel like, for me, Wilson's the more terrifying one just because he throws sidearm, but it might actually be Prozell because you don't expect a guy.
2-2 swung on and fouled off at the plate.
That one looks like it took a bounce off of Allinson's helmet or face mask a little bit, and he's a guy who's taken an unfortunate number of baseballs off of the head thus far this season.
He's already had a concussion this season, but it looks like he's okay. So
just know that I'll get the Crabs medical staff just rolling their eyes a little bit. I'll check him out after he gets back, I'm sure.
2-2 pitch is in there for a called strike 3. Beautiful breaking ball from Adam Walker to end the inning. So the Tigers go 1-2-3 here in the top of the second. We'll head to the bottom of the second inning. The Reading Tigers lead the Crabs 1-0. You're listening to Humble Crabs Baseball on KGOE 1480 and watching live on the Crabs YouTube channel. Welcome back to the ballpark. Bottom of the second inning. Fighting Tigers lead the Crabs 1-0. North Coast Awning in McKinleyville has been serving Humboldt since 1977. We are family-owned and are licensed general contractors that specialize in patios, sunrooms, and custom canvas projects, just like the Crabs Red and Blue Bar Tarp. Need a custom cover for your boat? Call Debbie at 707-825-8753. So Andrew Allenson's going to lead off the bottom of the second after being at bat when that bizarre double play happened at the end of the first. So we'll have another chance to hit here.
It's a bit of a mental reset for the big man, the big stick.
I'll say. First pitch to Allenson is a line drive down the right field line, just foul. And it's 0-1.
No crabs on the pond, as it were, for him to pick up this go-around, but he's got the power to go ahead and drive one in the gap if he really gets behind one, or even further.
The 1 to Allenson is up high, 1-1.
And Allenson, I mean, it's been a theme for this team. They've been heating up a little bit, as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, but he in particular has really become a lot more patient in his at-bats.
1-1 pitch swung on and missed on a good breaking ball from Will Tasista, and it's 1-2.
And his eye has just improved, I feel like, as the season has gone on. And he's talked to me a couple times just about wanting to see more pitches, wanting to not come out of his game all that much.
1-2 to Allenson is in there for a called strike 3. Just on the outside corner, 1 down. Going to bring up the Eureka native, Ethan Fischel.
1 of 3 Eureka locals, which is always cool to see. And I'm a bit partial because I went to high school with 2 of them.
Yes. Well, 4 Eureka locals on the team if we count you.
I mean, I would love to be considered part of this team at some point. It's a good group of guys they got out here.
First pitch to Fischel is up high, 1-0. You spend enough time with them that
is for sure.
You practically are part of the team at this point.
Spend pretty much about the same amount of time in the squad as the catchers do.
The 1-0 is low and inside, 2-0. By the way, if you go on the North Coast Journal website, you can check out Thomas's new article on the past series. The 2-0 is a high fly ball fouled on the left field line.
Yeah, that was probably the best series of this season so far, I'd hazard to say. And I would absolutely encourage anybody to go to the North Coast Journal website and check those out. New ones up every week.
2-1 to Fischel outside, 3-1. And if you go to Thomas M. Lal on Instagram, you can find all of his fantastic photos.
All of the ones that I can't make it onto the articles, make it up there.
3-1 is popped up behind home plate and foul. Count goes to 3-2.
No, but this is a really good team, and it's a good group of guys that have gelled extremely well together over this season. And I think that's been really one of the biggest, contributors to their success.
3-2 to Fischel. Is a pop-up left side of the infield. The shortstop, Keenan Morris, out in shallow left field, and he'll make the catch. 2 down.
And that's going to bring up David Morgan.
And David Morgan steps back into the batter's box, his first at-bat since he was hit on the wrist and went down in a heap of pain. And like we've said, we're all just glad that David Morgan is back in the batter's box right now.
I think he's pretty glad, too. He was extremely frustrated after getting hit at that at-bat.
First pitch to Morgan is up high, and it's 1-0.
It's impressive. These batting helmets are designed to withstand a whole awful lot of force, and he hurled his at the ground after getting hit previously. And
the 1-0 pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Yeah, the way he threw down his bat looked like a guy who knew his season was over.
Well, the helmet itself shattered.
Yeah.
It split in two, which I've never seen before.
Me either. The 1-1 is just outside, and it's 2-1. So the fact that he's back, I think, is really, really great because, if you were here when you saw his injury, it did not look good. The 2-1 pitch swung on and missed, and it's 2-2.
We're going to want to just, like we were saying earlier, kind of dial in here, Don't try to do too much. It's something that he maybe was a little bit falling a victim of earlier in the season.
2-2, just outside, and the count goes full 3-2.
This is where he's really just got to shorten up. Just put something in play. Let's understand it's his first at-bat back, and he'll be sitting okay here if he can just pass the bat on.
3-2 pitch, fouled straight back to the screen. Do it again, 3-2.
And with 2 outs, I can guarantee you that's exactly what Crabs manager Robin Guyver is going to be saying over on the barrels beside the dugout. Just get the bat going, get to the next guy in line.
Moves the line along. The 3-2 pitch is way up high, ball 4. So Morgan works the walk. That's going to bring up Connor Kincaid.
That'll work if you're the Crabs right now. And Kincaid with a 3-hit night, or day rather, on Sunday. Performing very well. He was slumping a little bit coming into last weekend's series with the West Coast Kings, but has since found that form, which he really has deserved this whole time after hitting some really nice balls out, but they just weren't falling his way. It's good to see him back now.
First pitch to Kincaid is up high, 1-0.
It's one of those things for the whole dugout. When you see a guy break out of a slump, it just makes everybody happy, and it brings the morale up even higher in a dugout that's been already one of the highest morale dugouts I think I've ever seen here, or at least gotten to observe.
The 1-0 in there for a called strike, 1-1. Yeah, the one thing about this Crabs team is they don't need much to get hyped.
No, they do not.
They can create their own hype pretty easily.
Sometimes all it takes is a hit by pitch, and they're hyped.
But it also helps that they have one of the best fan bases in summer collegiate baseball behind them. Here at the Arcata Ballpark is a throw to first, and Morgan's back in safely.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the cool things for some of these guys we got guys who come from pretty impressive schools. You got Davis, University of Oregon, a couple of guys from each of those places. And
well, when a Kincaid runner goes, pitches low, the play at second, and Morgan gets under the tag, and he's safe at second on the stolen base.
Some more creative base running there, but this time it worked.
That's the second time in this game that the throw from Nick Newton down to second has beat the Crabs base runner, but the Crabs base runner gets under the tag and steals second.
Got to be wondering if it's something at this point about how O'Brien is bringing that ball back to second base. If it's just not good enough.
I wonder. The 2-1 pitch is up high, and it's 3-1.
Morgan bluffed a little bit of a steal to third there, so he's clearly feeling it coming in. First game back.
Me and Benjamin were talking about this on Sunday. The Crabs are not afraid to steal third with 2 outs, which is something that most coaches kind of frown upon because you don't want to make the final out at third. But the Crabs are not afraid of getting that extra base with 2 outs and maybe setting up a wild pitch or a pass ball to bring them home, something like that.
You can't blame them. It's worked pretty well so far this season. Several runs have scored off of the pass ball in situations like that.
Runner at second, 2 outs for the Crabs here in the bottom of the second. 3-1 to Kincaid, and ball 4. So now first and second, 2 outs. That's going to bring up Aiden Morris.
Big thing for Aiden Morris here is going to be same as it was for Morgan. Don't need to swing for the fences here. A single will do. A single probably played a run. They're giving you right now that right center field. So if he can line one out there.
Well, I think Aiden Morris wants to hit it right over the head of his brother at shortstop, Keenan Morris.
I am quite sure he would enjoy that.
So the catcher, Nick Newton's going to go out to talk to Will Tasista on the mound.
We have a bat boy.
Yes, we do.
That's always good to see. The crowd will love that, too.
Bat boy for the Reading Tigers. Yeah, we don't see that all too often, especially this season.
Shadows getting ever that slight bit longer, making it a little bit hard now, especially for that third baseman.
First pitch to Aiden Morris is outside, and it's 1-0.
That ball had a lot of break on it and just fell to the outside there. You get a guy chasing at that, you know you've got him in a good spot, but Morris did well just to hold off. Just wait. Just wait for a pitch.
The 1-0 pitch, low. It's 2-0.
Tasista looked a little frustrated with himself on that one when he got the ball back.
Big opportunity for the Crabs to at least tie up this ball game. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Crabs are down 1-0 here in the bottom of the second. A 2-0 count to Aiden Morris. The pitch. Runner goes. David Morgan over to third. The play, he's safe. Steals third, and Kincaid right behind him into second, so a double steal for the Crabs.
Really nice there from David Morgan. Just pops the helmet off for a second. He's going to talk to third base coach. Just talk a little bit, sort things out, take a little time. Morgan, he, as well, the game before he got injured, again, by getting hit in the wrist, he was sliding super hard over into second base, went in so hard that he ended up cutting himself across the bridge of his nose. So he went in pretty hard there to third, but good to see him pop back up.
3-0 pitch is low, ball 4, but it gets past the catcher, the play at the plate, and Morgan is safe, and this ball game is tied. And that is exactly why they're so aggressive on the bases, because of plays like that.
And Morris will go ahead and take a walk over to first there. Morgan scoring. All around good stuff there for the Crabs, and good to see Morgan pop back up after that slide.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit worrisome when he goes into a slide like that after hurting his wrist, but seems like he's doing good.
He got a really good step off of third base there to run into home and just beat out the catcher, Newton, who was diving back to home to try to tag him out. And he probably got a glove on him, but only after Morgan got his hand onto the home plate.
So a run scores for the Crabs on the wild pitch. It's 1-1. Now there are runners at first and third with 2 outs, and that brings up the birthday boy, his 22nd birthday today, Ethan Smith.
That was the third walk in a row that Tassista has dealt this inning with 2 outs.
This pitch to Smith is in there for a called strike, 0-1. That's what the Crabs do. They might start off a little bit slow sometimes, but then they start wearing down the opposing pitcher. Draw a lot of walks. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt to Smith. The runners stay at first and third. It's 1-1.
You can bet that Morris will go if this ball gets past, Newton there behind the plate, but probably not a situation where you're going to send him to steal in a normal spot.
1-1 pitch is a ground ball to the left side of the infield. That's going to get through. Morris is not going to have a play. A run scores, and the Crabs take the lead, 2-1.
That ball took one heck of a hop off
of
the lip, and I'm not sure if that bounced off of the outside of the infield lip. If that makes any sense, but
bounced up real high, and once it got to the shortstop Keenan Morris, who's real deep into shallow left field, he did not have a play, and the Crabs take the lead. That's going to bring up the top of the order and Tyler Gannis.
And the 2 Morrises having a little bit of a conversation out there by second base.
Yep.
Hey, how you doing?
Aiden Morris standing at second. Keenan Morris just to his right at the shortstop position.
And this is the exact kind of spot that you will see Tyler Gannis absolutely come off the chain with if he can deliver a big base hit here.
First pitch to Gannis is up high, and it's 1-0. Crabs have gotten 2 runs here in the bottom of the second. They lead it 2-1. The 1-0 pitch is a line drive just fouled on the right field line. It's 1-1.
Just foul. Didn't miss that one by much, and if that goes, you might get both of them across. You can run it down the line like that.
Yeah, Aiden Morris has some good speed, but Ethan Smith over at first is one of the fastest, if not the fastest guy on this Crabs team. The 1-1 is high and inside, and it's 2-1 to Gannis.
Absolutely. And another double steal here would be ambitious from the Crabs coaching staff, but it's not out of the question.
It would not at all surprise me. The 2-1 to Gannis is in there for a called strike, and it's 2-2.
That was an interesting strike. I'm going to put it that way. Not sure on that one. Looked like it was going to fall to the outside, and also just trailed back in there.
You're not going to do it like Benjamin and yell out the window just yet?
Not yet. I'll complain when I'm down on the field later.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The 2-2 is low and in the dirt, but Nick Newton gets to it quickly enough. It's 3-2. Base runners don't move up. They stay at first and second.
Tell you what, you never watch a game the same way after being down by the field and just hearing in particular, the Crabs dugout chirping the umpire, the other team, whoever they can, really.
Oh, man.
And where is the common question that I've heard, and now it's my gut reaction whenever I see a pitch.
And the
question.
word blue. The 3-2 is kind of a self-defense swing from Ganis, and he fouls it straight back. It's still 3-2.
Yeah, you hear blue a lot, and I got to give credit to this bullpen, or this dugout rather, and the bullpen, because they make up a lot of the heckling that you hear from the dugout itself. But
oh, yeah.
It's a masterpiece at the best of times.
A lot of it you probably can't say on the radio. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3. That's going to end the inning. But the Crabs get 2 runs here in the bottom of the second. They lead it 2-1 over the Reading Tigers as we head to the top of the third. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball on KGOE 1480 and watching live on the Crabs YouTube channel. Welcome back to the ballpark, top of the third inning. Crabs lead the Reading Tigers 2-1. Supercuts is now open at the Bayshore Mall in Eureka. We are locally owned. Supercuts is a walk-in hair salon open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Stay ready to go with a haircut from Supercuts. Our stylists take pride in providing the attention, detail, and look you're after. Follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/SupercutsEureka. So it's the top of the order for the Tigers due up here in the third. Khalid Johnson, Keenan Morris, and Mike Benavides due up against Adam Walker.
It's an eventful last inning for the Crabs.
Yes, it was, but a good one. Netted them 2 runs and the lead. First pitch to Johnson is in there for a called strike, 0-1.
Nice pitch there from Adam Walker, pitching out of UC Davis.
Yes.
Got a good arm.
I've gone to many a UC Davis sporting event.
I can't say I've been to that many, to be honest.
The one pitch is swung on and missed, 0-2. Me and you went to a Causeway Cup football game between UC Davis and Sacramento State at Sac State. That was really fun.
That would be the one that I've been to of
Yep.
UC Davis sporting events, despite having a friend who went out to school there for the last 4 years.
The 0-2 pitch to Johnson swung on and missed. Strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night for Khalid Johnson. One down. And that's going to bring up Keenan Morris. Yeah, I've been to quite a few UC Davis sporting events. Davis is right next to Vacaville. I go to Vacaville a lot, so I've been to a few UC Davis basketball games as well, which are fun. Pitch to Keenan Morris outside.
That does sound like that would be a really good time.
They have a really nice basketball arena. It's called the Pavilion.
I feel like a lot of things have been or are called the Pavilion in sports.
The 1-0 is low, and it's 2-0. And it's a great place to watch a basketball game. I really like it. It's second to Lumberjack Arena.
Of course,
in my
of course.
book. Lumberjack Arena is the best.
It's you don't get the marching Lumberjacks anywhere.
We
but
might be
Lumberjack
a bit
Arena.
biased as Lumberjack alumni in my case, and a current Lumberjack in you.
Not quite done yet.
Yeah.
You're getting there. We're getting there. No, I feel like the SAP Center where the Sharks play, that also used to be called HP Pavilion, though, now that I think about it.
3-0 to Keenan Morris is up high, and that's a 4-pitch walk to Morris from Adam Walker. So runner at first, 1 out. That's going to bring up Mike Benavides.
Setting up the ground ball is how you got to think about it. You're Adam Walker here. Let's get a bat moving.
Glass half full mentality.
I think that's a huge part of the game is just mentality and being able to stay out of your own head a little bit. And I was talking to Luke Powell after last weekend's series, and he was talking to me about how he's not playing tonight, but how he struggled in the early part of the season with just expecting himself to be perfect.
First pitch to Benavides, big swing and a miss, 0-1. He was trying to put that one on the freeway.
And you're just not going to be perfect in baseball. Nobody is.
I mean, baseball is the one sport where you can be successful 30% of the time, and that's considered amazing.
Exactly. That's exactly what, Luke was saying, is that, you fail.
The one pitch to Benavides popped up, foul territory near third base. Third baseman Morgan going out near the Crabs dugout and makes the catch, but I think the umpires are going to say that was over the out-of-play line, and therefore it is a foul ball.
That is the second time that David Morgan has been robbed on a play like that. And I can guarantee you right now the Crabs dugout is chirping. Is that an established line? Is that the established outline?
The last time that happened,
that's what they picked up.
Like Michael Cowan.
Michael Cowan
was over at third, and he was telling the Crabs dugout that's the established line.
He was at home, yeah.
And then they were giving him some flack for that.
Ever since then, that's been one of the go-to ones, and I can't blame him. It's pretty much gold.
0-2 to Benavides is swung on and fouled back. It's still 0-2. And if you've never been to the Arcata Ballpark before, it is one of the only ballparks that I know of that has an out-of-bounds line.
Well, it makes sense at that point because you're getting almost out onto the concrete over on the third base line, right past the trainers, and you just don't want guys having to make diving plays out that way. It's just a bit too sketchy.
It's a big safety thing for sure. But
it is.
They use the NFL rule. You have to have 2 feet in bounds to make the catch, as the 0-2 to Benavides is up high, and it's 1-2.
It's one of those things that always is a little. It feels a bit odd to me because a guy can have 1 foot out of the line and the ball's fully within the line of play, if that makes any sense. So how is that to me any different than a guy running over the fence and throwing his glove out over and dragging one back? It just
the 1-2 to Benavides is just inside. It's 2-2. Yeah, I think it should be the college rule. I think it should be 1 foot in bounds.
I think so.
Make the catch, and that's legal.
I think that would make a lot more sense. It'd be a lot more exciting. Put some more jeopardy into those plays. Because the guy's already going to be out there pushing that far at least. So
yep.
That's just my thought, though.
One of many unique features here at the Arcata Ballpark, that out-of-bounds line next to the Crabs dugout. The 2-2 pitch is popped up, shallow right field. Kincaid and Gioso coming out there. Official out there as well. He dives and just can't make the catch. Great effort from Ethan Fischel coming all the way over from the second base position out into foul territory in right field to try to make that catch.
It looks like he had a better read on that than anybody else. He was on it from the start there as Gioso just hands his cap glasses back to him.
Well, Connor Kincaid was pretty far away from that one, and of course the first baseman, Gabe Gioso, that's a difficult play for him to make, going straight back with his back turned to home plate. So,
especially watching the runner there at first.
It does make sense that Ethan Fischel would have the best view of that. So runner on first, 1 out. The 2-2 to Mike Benavides. Here it is, and it's just inside the throw back to first, and Keenan Morris back in there safely. 3-2 count on Benavides.
And that'll be one where the Crabs management was wondering to Allenton, why do you need to throw the ball there? Don't need to risk anything here with 1 out. It's not going anywhere. You can bluff the throw back. He's okay.
Well, it's like that commercial says, don't throw behind the runner. Don't take an unnecessary risk. The 3-2 is fouled off at the plate. It'll stay 3-2.
That one came back and kind of clipped Benavides. It looks like he'd take a little walk, step out of the box for a hot second.
He's had quite the at-bat.
He's been battling and getting a lot of pitches out of Adam Walker here. He's already 52 in, and we're just in the top of the third inning.
That's right. Yeah, the Reading Tigers have done a really good job at getting a lot of pitches out of Adam Walker, and 52 pitches is quite a lot for being in the top of the third with only 1 out. The 3-2 pitch is inside, ball 4, and you can tell Adam Walker is frustrated with that one.
He had a couple pitches there that he feels like probably should have gone his way earlier on, just on that outside corner, just didn't get the call. He's got 2 on with only 1 away in the inning.
Brings up Gio Maharis, who has some power.
He certainly does. We saw him get behind a couple of really well-hit balls the last time that the Tigers were in town, and he'll be wanting to see if he can drive one of those in right now.
And he just looks like a guy who can hit a baseball hard. Looks like he has a ton of upper body strength. Like, he's a big guy, and looks like he can hit a baseball far. First pitch to Maharis is swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. He was trying to put that one on the freeway as well.
He absolutely was. Saw what his buddy Gabe Gioso's been doing and said, I want a piece of that. Let me try to get one out there.
Exactly.
Adam Walker said, nah, not today. I'm going to leave you one high and outside, and you try to get to that and let me know how that goes.
That's right.
And that's the kind of mentality that you want to see Walker having right now. Just trust his stuff and get through this if he doesn't come out of it.
0-1 to Maharis. Check swing, pitches outside. And he didn't go.
Yeah, not even close on that one.
They're not going to check with first base because pretty obvious he did not go. So 1-1. 1 out. Runners at first and second. Tigers trail the Crabs 2-1. We're in the top of the third. The 1-1 pitch, and it hits him. That's going to load the bases with 1 out. And Adam Walker is kind of fighting himself a little bit, Thomas.
He is. He's not having the outing that I think he would expect from himself at this point. He has really kind of struggled with the control a little bit. He's had a couple get away from him, hit a couple batters, couple extra walks, some unnecessary damage at this point in the ball game, and not what you want as a starting pitcher who's now creeping up on 60 in and just in the third inning. You got to wonder if the Crabs will be looking to get that bullpen warm sooner than the 6th inning like they usually do.
Jane Gorge will step in with the bases loaded. The first pitch to him is in the dirt, corralled by Allenson. The runners will remain at their positions.
It's a good block by Allenson. He's not the most agile guy, but you can't blame him being over 6 foot tall. I believe he's close to like 6'4"-ish, I want to say. I could check the official. 6'5".
Yeah.
6'5". He's a large guy, but he's got a big frame. Has a lot to block the ball, but
he's pretty good at blocking pitches behind the plate, too.
He is. That's going to be Will Springer heading out
the 1-0
into the bullpen.
In there for a strike, 1-1. Yep, and Robin's already getting someone warmed up in the bullpen. Like you said, Thomas, Walker's next pitch is going to be his 60th.
He's not been the most efficient today, unfortunately.
The 1-1 is popped up in the infield. This is a big play for the Crabs. They can make the catch. The third baseman, Morgan, in foul territory, will make the catch, 2 down, and that's a huge out.
Well done, Morgan, there. Couldn't catch the 1 out in foul territory since it went out of play, but made up for it getting that one, and that'll take the sac fly out of the situation.
I would say, Thomas, that he established in bounds and made that catch, right?
He was established inside the field of play,
Yes.
I think. And again, I think that's exactly what you'll be hearing from the Crabs dugout on that one.
This could bring up Luke O'Brien with 2 outs, and the bases remain loaded, but good chance for the Crabs to get out of trouble. First pitch to O'Brien is low, and it's 1-0.
For Adam Walker, hopefully that lets him breathe a little bit easier now, knowing that there's one less situation in which the Tigers can get back at him on this.
Yep. He just needs an out. Nothing more, nothing less. 1-0 pitch to O'Brien. Just outside, and it's 2-0, and there's nowhere to put Luke O'Brien. So Adam Walker needs to get in the strike zone here. Has a pitch to work with. It's only 2-0, but
Trying to get a bat moving here, if anything, just to get out of this before damage can get too bad.
2-0 pitch. Inside 3-0, and now Adam Walker needs to throw a strike.
There's really no 2 ways about it, and O'Brien's going to know that in the batter's box as well. And this is where you don't want to let it spiral.
See if he has the green light. The 3-0 is high and outside, ball 4, and this game is tied.
Was not a pitch that looked like it was ever going to threaten the strike zone, unfortunately, on that one.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Adam Walker is going to come out of this ball game pretty soon. It looks like Eric Ciccone, the pitching coach, is going to head out there to talk to him.
Cicconi's going to come out there and talk. It might be a little bit early to bring Springer in. He just headed out there to start getting that arm warm. You get probably 10, 12 pitches on the mound in between, but that's a quick turnaround. You really don't want guys getting hurt. So I'd imagine they're going to want Walker to see this inning out at the very least. 3 innings, only half of what they want guys to be throwing here.
Well, I think Adam Walker is going to face at least one more hitter, and that looks to be the case. But if Edwardson gets on here, I think he might be coming out of this ball game. We'll see. See what kind of leash Robin Guyver has on Adam Walker. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and the first pitch to Edwardson is in there for a called strike, 0-1.
It's a good strike. That breaking ball's been where he's at. Haven't seen him throw it a whole ton, though. Maybe he's got to lean on that a little bit more here to see this inning out.
The 0-1 to Benji Edwardson is in the dirt, and it's 1-1.
Like a fastball just bouncing in front of the plate. Speaking of fastballs, if we flash back again to Sunday's game with Owen Stevenson on the mound, his fastball was working extremely well.
Absolutely lethal. One of the most dominating performances of the season. The 1-1 swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. And Owen Stevenson has pitched 33 innings, and his ERA is 0.81.
I believe he leads the Crabs in innings pitched at this point in the season.
Yes, he does, and he has the best ERA.
Well,
the pitch outside, out of most of the starters, is
out of the starters,
called strike 3, and that will end the inning. So the Tigers tied the ball game here in the top of the third. We head to the bottom of the third inning. This ball game is tied 2-2. You're listening to Humble Crabs Baseball on KGOE 1480 and watching live on the Crabs YouTube channel. Welcome back. Downtown Arcata, bottom of the third inning. We are tied 2-2. State Farm agent Heather Vina can make it easy and affordable to help you protect your family from the unexpected. Just call Heather at 707-839-3267 when you want the real deal. Just like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's who you call if you park outside of the ballpark on the street
right?
And your car gets hit.
Aaron Casillas will step in against Will Tasista. The first pitch to him is low, 1-0. I'm sure State Farm's gotten a lot of business from people who have parked outside the ballpark.
It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, right?
Exactly.
Don't park there, folks. It's not worth it. Just walk a little bit.
Insurance companies like it, though. 1-0 is a great bunt down to the third baseman, and he's going to have a base hit. Wow. Jaden Gorge really did not have much of a play over at third base. That was a beautiful bunt from Aaron Casillas.
Gorge didn't have a play, and Casillas had great spring in his step there coming out of the box. And he's another one of those guys on the team that lately has been at least presenting that bunt on the first pitch along with Tyler Gannis. So paid off well there, and that'll bring up the big bat, the beast, Gabe Gioso.
That's right. You don't want to face Gabe Gioso with any runners on. And there is a runner on first with nobody out. Pitch to Gioso is low, and it's 1-0.
We talked about it already for his first at-bat where he took a walk, but he's just got this super calm, super composed approach in the box. He's very still.
I think that's a huge part of his game, is his mindset.
He's not one of those guys, like I was just saying, he's not very busy in the box. He's got a little bit of a toe tap. It's not too much.
Go to first again, and Casillas is back in safely.
And it just really feels like it just lets him be as calm as he wants to be out there. And this is getting to the big part of the bats.
1-0 to Gioso is low, and it's 2-0.
They're keeping a close eye on Casillas over there at first, who, after the last time that Casillas and Gioso were on the base paths together, makes maybe a little bit of sense.
Yeah, I don't think they'll want to remember that. The 2-0 is a line drive out in the left center field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Benavides, the center fielder, will get it and pick it up and throw into second, and Gioso will have a stand-up double, and Casillas will head to third.
Throw well off line there from Benavides allowed Gioso just kind of cruise on in, and he will take that, throw up the crab claws to the dugout. And
that's right. I think if the throw was more on line, they'd had a chance of throwing Gabe Gioso out. But it kind of just veered off course, and Gioso was able to cruise in there, and that's going to bring up Andrew Allenson with a huge RBI opportunity with runners at second and third and nobody out.
another power bat for the Crabs. Like I was saying, this really doesn't get any easier if you give up a big double this early in the inning.
First pitch to Allenson is swung on and foul tipped at the plate, and it's 0-1.
As most of the ballpark is now covered in those shadows talking about earlier, just some last bits of sunlight lingering out in the outfield makes it a lot easier now to track the ball down as if you're a fielder.
Yeah, especially those corner infielders. The 0-1 to Allenson swung on and missed way well in front of it, and it's 0-2. Allenson's a very good hitter, but sometimes he gets a little too antsy swinging at those pitches in the box sometimes.
He does. It's one of those things that you can tell he's trying to work on, trying to make it all come together. Like I was saying, he feels like he's got more power from the left-handed batter's box, but from right side, he feels like he's got more contact ability.
0-2 is a ground ball through the right side. That's a base hit. Casillas is going to score. Gioso is going to hold at third, and the Crabs lead this game 3-2.
Well, that was an example of just shortening up right there. Just textbook, hit it right into the hole, and comes away with a nice RBI for Allenson.
That was a good adjustment because the last pitch he was well in front, swung and missed, and then the next pitch he, like you said, shortened up, waited on the pitch a little bit, and just grounded it through the right side.
Very nicely done indeed, and that'll bring up the second baseman, Ethan Fischel.
See if the Eureka native can add on to this one-run lead. First and third, nobody out. First pitch to Fischel, swung on and missed. Allenson is going to slide into second without a throw. He's going to have an easy stolen base.
And this is going to be what the Crabs dugout will commonly refer to as the nightmare.
That's right.
I can't hear him from here, but again, I can guarantee you'll be hearing nightmare down on the field.
Yeah. The 0-1 pitch, breaking ball up high, 1-1.
And the Tigers' bullpen is hot right now.
And Tassista at 58 pitches, so both starting pitchers throwing a lot of pitches through 3 innings so far.
It's been a batter's game so far, even with a low number of hits we've had.
The 1-1 pitch, a high pop fly, left field. Johnson settle under it, make the catch. Gioso will tag up from third, and he's going to score, and the Crabs lead it 4-2 on the sac fly from Ethan Fischel.
And that one just hung in the zone a little bit there and let Fischel power it out in the left field. Not super deep, but enough to get a run across, and right now that's exactly what the Crabs need. And they'll still have a runner in scoring position with Allenson remaining at second base.
That's right. Runner at second, 1 out. 4-2 Crabs now, and that's going to bring up David Morgan. First pitch to Morgan is up high, and it's 1-0.
It's a good pitch to lay off there for Morgan. You're not going to do much with that other than pop out and maybe advance a runner to third, so might as well wait and get something a little bit more down in the zone for yourself.
The 1-0 to Demo. Popped up foul behind home plate. Now to play. 1-1.
Looks like Springer out in the bullpen is just chilling at this point, just waiting. I imagine we'll see him to start the top of the 4th inning here. But for now, crowds are hoping to extend this inning a little bit longer.
Bautista sets. The 1-1 pitch. Runner goes to third. Swung on and missed. Allenson will actually remain at second. Looked like he was going.
I think they're playing some head games here with Bautista a little bit.
Playing some head games with me as well.
And they're doing their job well.
Exactly.
I think they'd be happy with that. It's one of those things where they get super active right before the pitch, and it's a simple tactic. You make them think you're going to go. Maybe they throw the ball away, and you end up with something good. But they do it fairly often.
Crabs do that well. The 1-2 pitch up high, 2-2. They have played mind games with many a pitcher just dancing around out there at second or first or even third.
They have, and it's not even not intentional. It's very intentional. You'll see guys, and in some of the blowouts that we've had, not that this is even close to that.
2-2 pitch is in there for a call. It's strike 3, and David Morgan is down looking, 2 down.
A little frustrated on that call. Takes a little bit of a look back. Shakes his head as he walks back to the dugout. Not thrilled by that call. He's still looking back at the umpire. I don't know if he's saying something or if he's just
giving him the
just
stank
disappointed.
Eye. Well, Connor Kincaid will step in with a runner at second and 2 down now for the Crabs. They lead at 4-2. 2 runs have come across here in the bottom of the 3rd. Kincaid swings and misses at the first pitch from Bautista, and it's 0-1.
Well, it's been great being up here on the radio side of things with you, Liam. I'll be heading back down to the field here for the
Thank you
top
very
of the
much,
4th.
Thomas. Always love having you up here.
Absolutely. It's always a good time to come up here as that pitch catches the bottom part of the zone for Kincaid, a strike.
Yes, it
0-2.
does.
Well, it's good to be up here out of the dust for a hot minute. Talk about what's going down on the field up here.
Yeah. It's awesome to have you up here. You have a lot of great insight from the Crabs dugout for sure. 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3, and that will end the inning here in the 3rd. The Crabs get 2 runs, and they lead it 4-2 as we head to the top of the 4th. Thank you to Thomas Lau for starting the game with me, but the Professor Benjamin Schaefer and myself will take you the rest of the way. You're listening to Humble Crabs Baseball on KGOE 1480 and watching live on the Crabs YouTube channel. Welcome back to the ballpark. Top of the 4th inning. Crabs lead the Reading Tigers 4-2. And looks like we have a new pitcher, Will Springer. He's taken over for Adam Walker. Start the 4th inning. And now to take you the rest of the way, here is the Professor, Benjamin Schaefer.
Thanks, Liam, and thanks to Thomas for taking over for me earlier. Crabs leading 4-2. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Spencer, Newton, and Johnson to bat against. Is this still Walker out on the mound?
No, it is Will Springer.
No, it's Will Springer now in relief. Walker, a little bit of a rough outing there. He got fairly wild last inning, and it cost him a run. Actually, he was lucky to get out with only 1.
Yeah, he only gave up 1 hit, but he gave up 4 walks as well. And I think he hit 2 batters. So that certainly didn't help his cause.
So here's Will Springer. Spencer flied out to right his first at bat. And check swing, and he fouls it off the hands up against the screen. Here's the 0-1. And the fastball rides high just a little bit. 1-1. That fastball's fouled up against the screen. One and 2 the count. Here comes the pitch. Breaking pitch hit slowly out to second base. Fischel has it. And there's one away in the fourth.
Coming to the plate, the catcher, number 23, Nick Newton.
Nick Newton will be the hitter. Struck out his first at bat, I believe. Yep, struck out looking. And the pitch to Newton is a fastball down low. The 1-0 hit in the air to right center field. Gannis and Powell giving chase, and it's going to be Gannis out in right field to put it away for the second out of the inning.
It's actually Connor Kincaid out there in right field.
Where's Gannis playing?
Center.
Okay, I got the wrong lineup.
Coming to the plate,
Okay.
outfielder, Khaled Johnson.
Kincaid's in right.
I think Thomas was saying he believes that it's the first game that Gannis has played center
I believe
field.
it is, yeah. So back to the top of the order, here's Johnson, and he bunts it, but foul. He is 1 for 2 with a run scored. So Gannis, and then we have Morris out in left. That doesn't sound very good. Allenson catching. And there's a breaking pitch in there for a called strike on the inside corner. Okay, so it's Spring on our mound, Allison catching, Gioso at first, Fischel at second, Morgan at third. Here's the pitch. Breaking pitch swung on and missed, got him. That was a quick inning.
Tigers go 1-2-3.
So Springer makes quick work of the Tigers here in the top of the fourth. Crabs lead 4-2. This is Crabs Baseball, 1480 KGOE. All right, we are back. Crabs leading 4-2, bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be the 8 and 9 hitter Morrison Smith, and then back to the top of the order, Tyler Gannis to bat with the Crabs up 4-2. 2 runs, 1 hit, and no errors for the Tigers. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Crabs. A well-attended Tuesday night game because we are playing the Reading Tigers, and quite a few fans from Reading here to root on their Tigers. Here's the pitch to Morris, and it's a swing and a miss. 0-1. Morris walked his first appearance. Be a shame if they came all the way over here just to watch him lose, wouldn't it, Liam? That would.
You already did
Really
twice.
That's true, they did, didn't they? Fastball on the outside corner, 0-2.
It'll be the third time. Still lots of game left, though. We'll see.
Still lots of game left, absolutely. We're only up by 2 runs.
Yep.
Not time to get cocky. Here's the pitch. Misses outside. A ball and 2 strikes now.
I
to
mean,
Aiden Morris.
it's easy to get cocky with how good this Crabs team is, but, you know, they still have to play the rest of the game.
That's true. 1-2 is a breaking pitch. Come on up. That's nuts. Corner. Morris gone on strikes.
Just a wee bit outside.
That's the 3rd strikeout in a row for Tastista and his 5th of the game. And are they going to? Oh, that's going to be it. He's going to be out of the game. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
They're going to bring in a relief pitcher, right-hander. We'll see who it is.
From the Bay Area, and welcome to your first Crabs game. Thanks for being here, Veda.
After he strikes out 4 batters in a row, huh? 3 batters in a row. So we'll try to get the name and number on this new pitcher.
We have a Simpsons tribute on the shout-outs to Amanda Fartsamore. Have a great trip.
You see a number?
I believe it's 24.
24. That means that it's Matt Weidkamp. Matt Weidkamp on the mound in relief. And I don't know, Liam, did you get a chance to thank any of our sponsors?
I did. Let's see. I believe I have the sheet right here.
Did you finish or?
No, I
No?
thanked Harper Motors, North Coast Awnings, Supercuts, and State Farm.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
then I think we should say if you want a better bank, you should try a better credit union. Compass Community Credit Union is open to the public, offering great service and terrific rates. Visit compassccu.org for details. Member NCUA. Also, Julie Kelly, Doctor of Audiology at North Coast Audiology, continuing over 40 years of diagnostic and rehabilitative services to the Humboldt community by performing hearing tests, fitting hearing aids, and custom ear protection. North Coast Audiology accepts all forms of insurance and is veteran-friendly. You can explore more about their services at northcoaud.com. That's northcoaud.com. Tigers look pretty sharp in those uniforms they have. All pretty nice get-ups they're wearing. They blue sleeves underneath a red and white vest. Very classic baseball look. White pants. Crabs are in their blue tops and white pants. I like those Tigers get-ups. I think the Crabs ought to get something similar. Those are nice.
They are nice. And the birthday boy, Ethan Smith, stepping in.
Singled in his first at bat, and he takes a fastball inside.
Today's his 22nd birthday, Benjamin.
22. Well, that's a good one. 1-0 pitch. So I recall, I don't know, it was a long time ago now. 2-0.
2 years ago for me. Pretty decent year.
36 years ago for me.
What was it like being 22 for Benjamin Schaefer?
2-0. And he hits him on the back. He's fine. He'll hit over to first. I was in junior college. I was a lit major at that time. I had not yet discovered philosophy.
You were a budding philosopher.
I had not yet discovered philosophy, but I was a literature major. Here's Gannis, 0 for 2. Popped to second and struck out. Smith over at first, 1 away. Here comes the pitch, and it's a fastball inside.
What a beautiful sight here at the ballpark. You can see an almost full moon just
Yeah.
right over
Yep.
center field.
A waxing gibbous moon tonight.
Yes.
Turned out to be a really lovely afternoon in Arcata. I
yeah.
was working in my office. There's a high bounder over the third, and it's over the third baseman's head and into left field. Smith will hold at second, and Gannis with a high bounding single. We'll put runners on first and second with only one away.
Yeah, I live not too far away from the HSU campus where you work, and cloudy for most of the day at my house, and then
all of a sudden this
definitely,
afternoon.
yeah, the blue skies start opening up.
Well, my office is on the 5th floor of the tallest building on campus, and I have a view of the whole bay and all of Arcata.
It's beautiful. I've been up there.
It was pretty gorgeous.
To your office. It's one of the best views you can possibly get on the HSU campus, in my opinion.
Here's the pitch. Fastball hit high in the air, shallow left field. Johnson coming in. A shortstop, Morrison. Not Aiden, the other Morrison.
Keenan Morrison.
Keenan Morrison going out to make the play. So 2 away now. Runners have to hold. And here's Gioso. Managed to get on again twice today with a walk and a single. How does he do it?
He is just poised.
Here's the pitch. And he takes a fastball away.
A really level-headed player. That's what me and Thomas were talking about before you got on.
Yeah, I was
doesn't
listening
get
to your
too
conversation. That was good, yeah.
Doesn't get too low. He just concentrates on what he needs to do, and I think that really contributes to his success.
Discipline. Lined in the center field. Going back on it is Benavides, and it's going to be over his head and all the way to the back, all the way to the wall. Here comes Gannis. Here comes Smith, and the Crabs lead 6-2.
And Gabe
Gioso bangs a double off the base of the wall at the 368 sign.
He just continues to absolutely obliterate baseballs. This man does not stop. They call him the Beast in the dugout for a reason.
What an amazing season he's having.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a season quite like it offensively. I mean, just overall.
Nope, I don't think we have.
I mean, Damian Henderson had a really impressive 2019 season, but I think Gabe Gioso just has the more overall offensive game.
The pitch is
so
rolled
impressive.
foul. Yeah, I mean, Henderson was hitting home runs, but Gioso's doing it all, and the hitting for average and just the extra base hits. I'm sure he has more total bases, or will have more total bases by the end of the season. 0-1 the count. Breaking pitch misses high. Allenson tonight has struck out looking and singled. Crabs are up 6-2.
It's like Allenson has a new batting helmet on. I've noticed.
Here's a ground ball up the middle and through for a base hit. Here comes Gioso around third, and that ball will die in the outfield. Gioso will score easily.
Helmet.
On an up-the-middle single by Andrew Allenson. Might be the helmet.
Yeah. I can't take credit for noticing it. Finn, who's operating the scoreboard, told me that he has a new helmet. And
It's the helmet of destiny.
yeah, that might have done it.
Now to play the second baseman, Ethan Fischel.
All right, Allenson at first. 2 outs. 7-2 Crabs. Here's Fischel. Fischel 0 for 1. He popped a short and then a sacrifice fly in the third inning. And the pitch in the dirt. Nicely blocked by Newton.
It's 1-0.
Giants are winning again, 3-1.
At
least last I checked.
I love to see it.
Be nice to see them put some distance between themselves and LA. Swing and a miss.
Well, yeah,
The series.
The Giants need to at
1-1.
least split the series with the Dodgers if they want to stay in first place, obviously. But 3 out of 4 is obviously the goal, and a sweep would just be perfect. But I don't think that's going to happen. The Dodgers are too good.
The 1-1. Fastball in there for a called strike. It's 1-2. 8 hits on the game now for the Crabs. And there's a pitch that misses outside. 2-2. Is hit high in the air to left field. Johnson going back. He's got room. He's under it, and that'll end the inning. But the Crabs get 3 more runs on 3 more hits. There were no errors, and at the end of 4, they're up 7-2. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 1480 KGOE. All right, we're back. Top of the 5th inning. Morris, Benavides, and Mijares for the Tigers, trailing 7-2. Will Springer out on the mound for his 2nd inning of work, and he set the Tigers down in order in the first. I mean, in his 1st inning of work is what I mean. So here's Morris, 0 for 1. Left-handed hitter. Lights are on at the ballpark.
Now to play the shortstop, number 9, Keenan Morris.
And as Liam said, a gorgeous gibbous moon watching the game.
Yeah, that's a pretty. I haven't seen a sight like that so far this season.
Which has been overcast when the moon's been out almost every game this season. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses down low. I want to know, this has just been one of those summers where we just had an enormous amount of overcast. Last summer, it was not like this at all. Last summer, it was clear and warm almost every day because I was at the beach all the time, and I can recall very clearly.
Unfortunately, there was no baseball.
1-0, hit hard on the ground over to first, backhanded by Giosto. Take it to the bag himself, 1 away. Yep. Maybe next year we'll get both baseball and perfect summer weather.
Perfect, wouldn't it?
Here's Benavides. He was hit by a pitch and walk so far tonight, so he does not have an at-bat. Springer's pitch. Breaking pitch in there for a called strike on the outside corner. Good pitch.
Benjamin, a little birdie told me that you're going to be throwing out the first pitch on Saturday.
Is it Saturday?
Yep.
All right, cool. I'll remember to bring my uniform, my jersey,
Yes.
1-1, which misses away, and my cap, because I have a feeling when they see me throw out that pitch, they're going to want to sign me up.
Oh, 100%. Robin's going to walk out there right after and just give you a contract.
That would be awesome. 1-1 the count. There's a breaking pitch on the outside corner, 1-2.
And I'll be on the call for your first pitch.
No, that's great.
I'll call it perfectly.
Perfectly. Thank you. A ball and 2 strikes to count. And here's the pitch. Fastball away, 2-2.
Did you guys get the Springers in now?
2-2, swing and a miss. They're going to have to throw down to first to get him, and they do, and that completes the play. 2 away.
Number 21 from Hanford, California, playing at Fresno State University, Will Springer.
Second strikeout for Springer. Here's Mijares, 0 for 1. He grounded to second, and then he was hit by a pitch in his last appearance.
Well, Springer's done a good job at calming things down so far.
Well, he's retired 5 in a row.
That'll do it.
Here's the pitch. Breaking pitch. Ooh, a big cut by Mijares there, and he missed it. 0-1.
Not the first time that Gio Mijares has swung hard at a pitch. He's trying to deposit that one on the freeway.
The 0-1 in the dirt. 1-1.
That wasn't a ringing endorsement.
Trying to say hi to Rick Levin down there.
I was, but he's not looking up here, so I feel like a fool as I keep waving at him. 1-1 the count.
Probably doing that on purpose.
Rick Levin, the guy who got me involved with crabs 21 years ago now.
Yep.
It's all thanks to Rick,
Oh, yeah.
and I am forever grateful. 1-2 the count.
Well, it was Naomi Schultz, who used to work here, that got me up here in the booth. So shout out to her.
She's throwing out ceremonial first pitch on the 6th.
Oh,
Friday the 6th.
I'm being told she might be throwing out the first pitch at some point in the future.
1-2 check swing. It's in the dirt. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. Ooh, a breaking pitch just misses.
That was
I
close.
guess low. Was a little low, I think.
Possibly outside, maybe, but
3-2. Oh, hits him on the shoulder, and that hurt. And he feigns rushing the mound, and everybody gets a good laugh out of that.
okay, that was great. you could tell he was totally, kidding, obviously, but he kind of made a little motion like he was going to go out and tackle Will Springer, and obviously he was kidding, and you could see Will Springer on the mound laughing. That was a nice little...
I'm glad to see he's okay. That sounded like it hurt. I think it hurt. It sounded like it hurt.
Oh, yeah,
He
it sounded
kind of
like it hurt. But
grimaced when it hit him.
Gio Mijares just seems like a fun-loving guy.
Drew Andrews will bat for Gorge. Number 5. And the runner's going. And throw down the second. Dead duck. Mijares caught stealing 2-4. That ends the inning. No runs. There were no hits. There were no errors, and nobody left. And at the end of 4.5, Crabs are up 7-2. This is exciting Crabs baseball. 1480 KGOE. All right, we are back. Morgan, Kincaid, and Morris to bat for the Crabs in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 runs, 1 hit, and no errors for the Tigers. 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Crabs. Morgan has walked and struck out looking so far tonight, and he takes a fastball down low. The 1-0 popped high in the air on the infield. The pitcher is calling for it, and he's got it for route number 1. 1 away. Here's Connor Kincaid, walked and struck out as well.
Now to play the right fielder, number 2, Connor Kincaid.
And the pitch to Kincaid is hit in the air to right field towards the line. Spencer over, and he dives and makes a great catch out. Nope, he dropped it. On his way to second is Kincaid, and now the ball gets away from the second baseman. So what started out to be a spectacular catch in right field turns into a double for Connor Kincaid.
He just trapped it. That was really close.
I thought he had caught it. It looked to me like he caught it, but
Well, when he dove out and almost caught
you're right.
the ball,
He just
I
had his glove down on
just-
top.
Well, I watched the umpire. 'Cause
Yeah, right,
I
yeah.
really had no idea, and the umpire
Right.
made the safe sign, which means he trapped it.
So Kincaid out at second with his first hit of the night. Here's Aiden Morris, walked and struck out. Kind of a pattern between these 3 batters. The last 3 batters have all walked and struck out before this at bat.
I think Aiden Morris will want to hit the ball over the head of his brother at short.
And there's a fastball inside, like way over.
Yeah. I don't know. There's something to be said for hitting it just above his glove.
Or just past him,
You know,
like
just
it's so
past-
hard it goes
yeah.
right past him. 1-0 the count. And the pitch. Way outside. 2-0. Nice save by Newton. That ball had wild pitch written all over it.
Yeah, Nick Newton does a pretty good job behind the plate.
As you were saying earlier, his throws to second on the attempted steals have all been mostly have beat the runner. It's just they get around the tag.
The Crabs are
Or the second baseman couldn't hold it on in the one case.
are extremely good at
Evading.
evading the tag
Yeah.
of the
Yeah.
shortstop or the second baseman at second.
They seem to be.
Pretty incredible.
So 2-1 the count as the pitch is fouled off.
Because if you were asking me, most of those times I would have just assumed they were out. But
Yep.
somehow get under that tag.
Two balls, one strike. Wide camp, a long look in. Now he sets. A look out at second, and he deals. Breaking pitch low. Throw down the second, and it trickles into center field. No further advance by Kincaid. Three and one. Here's the pitch. Fouled out of play.
What I'm noticing is that the center fielder, Mike Benavides, is shading quite a bit to his right. Kind of playing more towards left center than straight up center field.
Yeah. Three and two the count. You're going to pitch him inside for that reason, it looks like, and that almost hit him.
You were right.
So Morris walks. That puts runners on first and second with one out for Ethan Smith. Smith, guess what he did in his first two at-bats? Oh, he walked and got hit by a pitch. I was going to say he walked. He singled and got hit by a pitch. I was going to say he singled and walked, just like the last three. But he mixed it up a little by getting hit by a pitch instead of walking. Here's the pitch. Outside, and Newton couldn't hold on, and on the play, so going to be a pass ball. Kincaid goes to third. Morris stayed at first. So that puts runners on the corners now for the Crabs. Already up 7-2, looking to bust it wide open. With only one out here in the fifth. Swing swing and a miss. A big cut there from Smith. One and one. The 1-1 fouled up against the backstop. The 1-2 pitch. He bounces it up there, and here comes the runner from third, and the play at the plate. It gets away from the pitcher. That's another run for the Crabs, and on the play, Morris goes to second. So a wild pitch scores Kincaid. 8-2 Crabs. And the count's 2-2 to Smith. Lashed foul, wide of third. From the set, Weidkamp looks out at second. Here comes the 2-2, and that's hit on the ground. Foul again.
I want to send a quick congratulations to the Milwaukee Bucks. They are your 2021 NBA champions, beating the Phoenix Suns in Game 6.
2-2, called. Strike three, that's all for Smith. Breaking pitch right over the heart of the plate. Good pitch by Weidkamp. 2 away. So that's it for basketball this year, huh?
Well, the Olympics are, at least
right.
Olympic basketball is starting real soon. So it's the end of the NBA season, but there's a little more international basketball left. But normally, yes, once the NBA season is over, that's usually it.
That's it.
In a non-Olympic year. But baseball's back.
Well, they were the underdogs, I heard, so
yeah,
that's kind of fun. There's a breaking pitch on outside, 1-0 now to Gannis. Gannis tonight is 1 for 3. Seems like when I was a kid, that team was a powerhouse. Seemed like they were always winning championships, fouled out of play. 1-1 in the 70s, but I don't follow basketball, so it just seemed to me that was the case.
I think their last title before this one was around then.
Although, growing up in LA, I remember that the Lakers and the Bruins, what's the Boston? The Celtics always seem to be in the finals.
Oh yeah, that's a big rivalry in the NBA.
1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Breaking pitch is in there for a called strike, 1-2. Weidkamp's 1-2 is hit hard but foul into the left field picnic area. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Morris takes his lead. There's a high bounder over the third. Should end the inning. And he throws offline, and that's going to be an error on Gorge. On the play, Morris goes to third. So Gannis reaches on the error. First error of the night, I believe. Yep, first error of the night.
We're not not getting that errorless game this time.
No, we're not. And there's a pitch to Casillas. It's hit high in the air and towards right field. Heading towards the line. It's going to drop foul after a long run by Spencer out there. Unable to catch up with it. Casillas tonight is 2 for 3.
Spencer made a pretty big divot out there in foul territory. Kind of got stuck in the grass a little bit trying to dive for that ball.
Mm-hmm.
Glad he's okay, because
Yeah, he kicked up quite a little divot out there, it looks like.
that's something that can hurt a player real easily.
0-1 the count. Morris at third, Ganis at first. The pitch is hit in the air to center field, coming in on it and making a sliding catch is Benavides. Nice play, and that ends the inning. Crabs get another run on one hit. There was an error and 2 left, and at the end of 5, they're up 8-2. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 1480 KGOE. Welcome back to the ballpark. Thanks to Cypress Grove, the leading producer of delicious artisan goat cheese that makes you want to do the happy dance, including Humble Fog, one of the most famous cheeses in the country, proudly based in Arcata. Cypress Grove cheeses are available at cheese shops and grocery stores nationwide and online at cypressgrovecheese.com. And the largest tribe in California, Team Yurok, cannot think of a better way to enjoy a Crabs game than by cracking open an undammed hard seltzer from the Mad River Brewing Company, owned by that same tribe. There's a fastball down low, 1-0 now to
Now to play number 5, Drew Andrews.
Drew Andrews to lead it off. Andrews came in as a pinch hitter last inning and didn't get a chance to bat because Mijares was thrown out trying to steal. Counts 1-1 on him now. Crabs leading 8-2. And Springer's next pitch is a fastball taken for a strike on the outside corner, 1-2 to Andrews. One, two, bounces it up there. Count is even, and here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. Third strikeout for Springer. First out of the 6th inning. And here's O'Brien.
Second baseman, Luke O'Brien.
Luke O'Brien tonight is 0 for 1. Strikeout and a walk. Here's the pitch, and he takes a big cut and a pitch right down the middle and misses it. Was out in front of it a little bit. 0-1 to O'Brien. The 0-1 misses high and outside. 1-1. The next pitch misses way outside again. So 2-1's the count. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Breaking pitch down in the zone. Two and two the count. Here comes the pitch. Oh, he just misses outside with a backdoor slider.
That was close.
And the count goes full. That was very close. Good take by O'Brien. Springer's 3-2 is hit foul, and it's going to drift out of play. Three and two to count. Here comes the pitch. Hit high and foul. Giving chase is McPhillips and Morgan, and it's going to fall. McPhillips is not even in the game. I have my my defensive chart messed up from the wrong game. Now I've got it fixed. It's Morgan and Morris is out and left.
There you go. Well, this is the third inning for you.
Yeah, and you don't use a chart, so I had to make the chart when I got, when I sat down. So next pitch is down low, ball 4. And I just happened to make the chart from the wrong lineup. So
I have the game changer.
yeah, right. You have it on there. Yeah, right.
In front of me.
Yeah.
You don't have the monitor like I do.
So here's Edwardsson. He's 0 for 2. Grounded back to the pitcher and then struck out looking. And the first pitch to him is a fastball down low. The 1-0 breaking pitch is a high bounder out towards short. Casillas waits for it. He goes to second for 1, back to first. Oh, and they pull off a 6-4-3 double play. I had thought they had no chance to get that. The ball took a high hop. Casillas had to wait for it to come down. They still turned the double play. Well done.
Well, I wasn't sure he was even going to get the out at second.
I wasn't either.
He did, and they somehow also got it to first in time. That was incredible.
No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And at the end of 5.5, Crabs are up 8-2. This is exciting. Crabs baseball, 1480 KGOE. Welcome back to the ballpark. Bottom of the 6th inning, Gioso, Allenson, and Fischel for the Crabs.
Now the play for the Crabs.
Leading 8-2. Gioso tonight, well, he's walked, he's singled, he's doubled. Just keeps increasing his batting average, it seems like, every game. And there's a fastball down low if that's possible.
I can't wait to see what his batting average is going to be after the game.
He's up well over 450 now, isn't he? Coming into the game, he was at 460, wasn't he? Here's the 1-0. This is high. 2-0.
440. So.
Oh, okay.
It was 444 actually. Yep.
Yeah, so I thought it was well over 450 already.
an on-base percentage of .509 coming into this game.
Yeah, and he's been on base 3 times tonight. And there's a pitch down low, 3-0, and he has 2 more hits.
Like we've said before, I don't think either of us have seen an offensive performance like Gabe Gioso has put on.
The 3-0. Swinging 3-0. He hits it high in the air to left field. Over to get it is Johnson, and there's 1 away.
I mean, that was no easy play for the left fielder Johnson. Gioso hit that ball hard like he does every time.
It was headed for the gap. Johnson, long run to get there. So here's Andrew Allenson. He's 2 for 3. And the pitch. And he hits it off the end of the bat, out of play. Here's the 0-1. Misses high. The 1-1. High bounder out to first base. Mijares takes it to the bag himself. And quickly there are 2 away here in the 6th inning for the Crabs. Ethan Fischel will come to the bat. Fischel's 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. And the pitch. Pops it high in the air on the left side of the infield. The third baseman doesn't see it, but the shortstop's calling for it. He doesn't see it either. And it's the pitcher, Weidkamp, making the play. So that'll end the inning. Crabs go in order in the 6th. They lead 8-2. This is Crabs Baseball, 1480 KGOE. Welcome back. Top of the 7th inning, Spencer Newton and Johnson for the Tigers. Crabs leading 8-2, 8 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Crabs. 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Tigers.
All right, little crazy thing called love. Now the play, number 3, Eric Spencer.
Eric Spencer tonight is 0 for 2. And the first pitch from Springer is a fastball low and outside, 1-0. Will Springer on the mound for his 3rd inning of work. Fourth inning of work.
He's been great.
1-0 is in there for a strike at the knees, 1-1. He sure has.
Adam Walker had a bit of a hard time in his start and was fighting himself a bit, but since Will Springer's come in, he's really calmed this game down.
1-1 breaking pitch right over the heart of the plate for a called strike. It's 1-2. This weekend it'll be TKB baseball. Here's the pitch in the dirt. 2-2. We still do not have a clear answer to what TKB means.
I'm looking them up right now. They're a youth baseball development program for elite athletes.
Cool. So that should be some good games this weekend then.
Yep.
There's a grounder to third, knocked down by Morgan, picked up by Casillas. That'll be an error on Morgan.
E5.
Just got it off the tip of his glove. So Spencer aboard. Here's Newton, 0 for 2. Throw to first and the runner's back. It doesn't say, like right at the top of the page, why it's TKB anywhere.
Not that I can find so far.
It's mysterious.
Might have to ask them when they get here.
The runner goes. The pitch is high. The throw down the second is in time. Spencer nailed. Trying to steal second. Great throw by Andrew Allenson.
Right. That was a great throw from Allenson.
One away.
Right on the money. The ball.
TKB.
Baseball, they're all about work ethic, teamwork, and respect. Good things.
1-0. Taken for a strike on the outside. 1-1. Absolutely.
Apparently they've played in China.
1-1 the count. Fouled out of play. Huh. How about about? If you go under about there.
They also have a basketball team, apparently. That's cool.
Next pitch misses low and outside. 2-1.
About the guy who started the team, the coaches, contact, sponsors.
Absolutely mysterious. What in the world could TKB stand for? And why isn't it on the website? 2-1. Breaking pitch called. Strike 3. The count was actually 2-2. So Newton goes down looking for the second time tonight. 2 away. Back to the top of the order.
What
Here's
I've
Cody
gathered,
Johnson.
I think the guy who started the team, Tuan Nguyen, I think that's how you say it. He's from China, so the teams actually played in China, and seems pretty cool.
Fascinating. Fastball called for a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Breaking pitch is down low. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. In there for a strike.
Guess we'll find out what TKB stands for when we get here.
Here's a fly ball to right field. Official going out, and he's under it for the last out of the inning. So yet again, the Tigers go in order in the 7th. Well, not quite in order. They had a runner caught stealing. But anyway, there were no runs. There were no hits. There was an error, and nobody left. And at the end of 6.5, it's 8-2 in favor of the Crabs. This is Crabs Baseball, 1480 KGOE. Welcome back to the ballpark. Crabs will have Morgan, Kincaid, and Morris bat in the bottom of the 7th.
Now to play number 20, David Morgan.
Leading 8-2. Morgan tonight is 0 for 2 with a walk. And he swings and misses at the first pitch. Slider away, 0-1. This is still Matt Whitecamp out on the mound for the Tigers. And there's a high bounder slowly out towards short. Coming in on it is Morris, and he will not have a play. That'll be a hit for Morgan. So Morgan aboard with nobody out. Here's Connor Kincaid. Walked, struck out, and doubled so far tonight. Morgan takes his lead. There's a ground ball to short. Should be 2. Over to second for 1. Back to first, and it's a 6-4-3 double play for the Tigers.
You almost got away with one there.
Away from the Tigers infield.
For alcohol, and I am already incredibly late with that call. Last call for alcohol.
Okay. So here's Aiden Morris with 2 away. He's 0 for 1. He's walked twice tonight.
Now the play, number 39, Aiden Morris.
And the pitch to Morris is down low. This game moving along rather briskly tonight. 1-0 pitch. Hit in the air on the right side. Mijares giving it a run, but he's going to run out of space.
Yeah, the first 4 innings went by pretty slowly, so quite a few runs.
Since Springer came in, it's just been, and Weidkamp, they've been worked more quickly and
much more efficiently. I mean, both starters, the Crab starter and the Tiger starter, Will Tasista, threw a lot of pitches.
yeah. The 1-1. Check swing, and it's called a strike, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. There's a high bounder out towards second base. O'Brien on the run, throws him out, and the inning's over. Crabs go quietly in the 7th. They lead 8-2. This is Crabs Baseball, 1480 KGOE. Jack Nilsson. We are back. Jack Nilsson on the mound in relief of Will Springer for the 8th inning. Springer did a great job. Now he'll turn it over to Nilsson. And let's see, we got stats on Nilsson, I bet, don't we?
Yeah, we do. I can give you the line on Will
Sure, that'd be
Springer
great.
first. 4
Okay.
innings pitched. He did not give up a hit, did not give up any runs, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk.
Nice. Well, Jack Nilsson has the fewest innings pitched of any Crabs pitcher, only 11 innings. But in those 11 innings, He in over 6 games, he's given up 6 hits, 5 runs, only one of which was earned. He struck out 21 and walked 12. So he has an ERA of less than 1.818.
He's the youngest Crab on the roster, I believe. He's an incoming college freshman.
I see. That makes sense. And Owen Stevenson, looking at his numbers,
they're pretty good, aren't they?
I think he's going to be pitcher of the year, it looks like to me.
Yeah,
ERA of .818. We're only, he's only got what, 2 more starts,
Yeah.
right? We only have.
Well, possibly 3.
We have this weekend, next weekend with 3 more starts. Right, 3 more starts. He's got 3 more
Now on the
starts.
mound for the Crabs from Lincoln, California, number 28, Jack Nilsson.
This season just flying by, Liam.
Every year it does that. I blink and it's late July, and I'm like, where did all of that season go?
Here's,
God.
yep. Here's Morris to lead it off. 0 for 2 with a walk, and he takes a fastball high.
At the plate, number 9.
Yep, every year it's the same. It just kind of flies right past us. Seemed like we just checked in.
Yep, feels like we were just playing Lincoln Potters on June 4th.
That's right, 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Reading Tigers were here in June for a 2-game series.
Yes, they were, and those games kind of went similar to how this one's going.
Yeah. Next pitch misses down low.
Crabs are up by quite a bit, but they're
2-1.
not completely blowing them out, which is how it went when they were here in late June. The Crabs won by 3 runs in the first game, and then I think 5 runs in the second game. So sizable wins, but not complete laugher of games.
No. 2-1 Mitch is high. 3-1. Still, they went home very sad kitty cats.
Waited till the 8th inning to bring that out. I'm surprised. I mean, you did get here for the 4th.
It's
so.
really minor. It's really only my 4th inning.
Exactly.
Next pitch misses high and inside. So Morris walks.
Now the plate, number 45, Mike Benavides.
So Morris reaches first with nobody out. Here's Mike Benavides. 0 for 1. He's been hit by a pitch, walked, and struck out. Here's the pitch. Ooh, fastball almost got him. He hops out of the way of that pitch. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Hit hard but foul wide of third. So the count goes to 1-2 on Benavides. From the set, Nilsson's 1-2. Breaking pitch hit foul just over towards the Tigers' dugout. Benavides just missed it. It was a hanging pitch.
It's up 6-3 in the bottom of the 6th down in Los Angeles.
1-2 misses inside. 2-2.
Did you see last night that it was the first time ever in the Giants-Dodgers rivalry that both teams hit back-to-back home runs in the first inning?
I did see that.
I thought was pretty crazy since teams have been playing for, I think, 130 years. Or
Long
something like
time.
that.
2-2 swung on and missed. That's it for Benavides. Yep, they have a long history. So here's Mijares, 0 for 1. He's been hit by a pitch twice tonight. Nilsson sets, looks over at first, and deals a fastball high and outside. One 0 pitch. Right down the middle with a fastball, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 swing and a miss, foul tips it. 1-2 now to Mijares. The 1-2 breaking pitch swung on and missed. That was a nasty pitch. Mijares way out in front of it.
Yes, it was.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Nilsson. And with Morris still over at first, here's Andrews. He came in as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning.
Kind of looked like a slider.
Actually, he came in to play third in the 5th inning, and his first at bat in the 6th inning, he struck out. It does look like a slider, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty.
Here's the pitch to Andrews. Fastball swung on and missed, foul tipped. 0-1. The 0-1 misses down low, 1-1. From the set, here's the 1-1 pitch. Hits slowly out towards short. Casillas rushing in, and he's going to boot it in the left field. The runner will hold. I think he might have beaten it anyway. Anybody else have an opinion on this one? Error. All right, it goes an error on Morris. On Casillas.
I think I agree with that because I think it's a play he could have made.
Yeah, and the only question was, would Andrews have beat it anyway? And I don't think he would have. So
yeah.
So that's an error on Andrews.
That's a tough one for even the best of official scorers to call. And you are among the best.
Thank you very much. Pitch misses inside. It's 1-0. If I only had the replay. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball in there for a strike, 1-1. Second error of the game for the Crabs. Runners on first and second now with 2 outs. O'Brien is 0 for 1 tonight with 2 walks. Here's the pitch, and he swings and misses at that pitch. Another good pitch fooled him.
Another thing about that last play, I wasn't sure how far Andrews was down the line when Casillas
that's the
booted
question,
it,
right?
I was watching where the ball was,
Exactly.
not where Andrews was on the base.
Right.
If he was already almost there, then
it's not an error.
that could be a hit. But I think I would go with the call that you made, which was an error.
2-2 the count.
So I think you kind of have to take into account that Aaron Casillas is a very good shortstop, and I think he could have made that play.
The 2-2 misses high, 3-2. Morris at second, Andrews at first. 3-2 the count, 2 outs. Top of the 8th inning, Crabs up 8-2. A look out at second. Nilsson deals. Runners go, and he swung on and missed. He ends up striking out the side. There were no runs, there were no hits, there was an error and 2 left, and at the end of 7.5, it's 8-2 Crabs. This is exciting Crabs baseball, 1480 KGOE. All right, we are back. Bottom of the 8th inning, it'll be Smith, Gannis, and Casillas for the Crabs, leading 8-2. 2 runs, 1 hit, and 1 error for the Tigers. 8 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Crabs. Ethan Smith tonight has singled, been hit by a pitch, and struck out looking.
Now the play tonight, designated hitter number 25, Ethan Smith.
Matt Weidkamp still on the mound for the Tigers, and he throws a pitch that's fouled up against the screen. It's 0-1 out of Smith. Weidkamp's pitched real well.
He has.
Gave up the 1 unearned run, 2 runs since he's come in, 1 of which only was earned, and there's a pitch hit out of play.
Both pitching staffs kind of have the same trajectory in this game, where the starter kind of had a hard time, and then the reliever comes in and kind of calms the game down. That was what Will Springer did for the Crabs, and that's what Matt Weidkamp is doing for the Tigers. He's kind of calmed things down for them.
0-2 in the dirt. A ball and 2 strikes now the count. The 1-2 hit high in the air to center field. Benavides is under it, and there's 1 away. Top of the order now. Here's Tyler Gannis, 1 for 4.
Ready to play tonight's center fielder, Tyler Gannis.
And the pitch to Gannis is a breaking pitch right over the heart of the plate for a called strike at the belt. 0-1. Good pitch. The 0-1 breaking pitch is fouled out of play, and he's quickly ahead of Gannis, 0-2. Top of the 9th, it'll be Edwardson, Spencer, and Newton, the bottom of the order, scheduled to bat for the Tigers. 0-2 the count. Here's the pitch. In the air on the left side, Gorge calling for it. And he's got it for out number 2. Somebody's got a duck call down here in the stands. Kind of a new twist. We've heard a kazoo this season.
That was pretty good, I got to admit.
That was good.
was
We have
pretty
not heard a duck call. So here's Aaron Casillas, 2 for 4.
I assume we are probably too late to ask about attendance number.
And the pitch to Casillas is a fastball that rides high and outside. The 1-0 fouled out of play. One pitch. 1-1 pitch is hit in the air to right field towards the line. Spencer over to get it, and he makes the catch as he falls down out there. But a nice play to end the inning. Crabs go in order in the bottom of the 8th. Stay tuned. Top of the 9th inning coming up. Last shot for the Tigers. This is Crabs Baseball, 1480 KGOE. Okay, we're back. Top of the 9th inning, last chance for the Tigers. Crabs up 8-2, 8 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Crabs, 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Tigers. These teams will meet again tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. We'll be on the air at 6:55. Or I guess I'll be on the air at 6:55. My solo tomorrow night? Okay.
You might be solo for some of it, but
I'm sure I'll have
maybe
some
we'll
folks
have
come and
some guests.
Yeah, some guests. It's always good to have guests. So the bottom of the order, Edwardson, Spencer, and Newton will bat against Jack Nelson. It was Walker, Springer, and Nilsson tonight.
It's like the Giants bullpen is up in their old tricks because it's now 6-5. That's a major weakness for the Giants is their bullpen. I think if they're going to make moves on the trade deadline, I hope it's for a reliever or two. We'll see.
Nilsson's first pitch to Edmondson is way outside. Looks like he slipped off the mound a little bit there. Edwardson tonight is 0 for 3, including hitting into a double play. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that one's a fastball that's high. 2-0. The 2-0 fastball in there at the knees for a called strike. Two-one hit in the air to out towards second base, coming in on the grass and dropping the ball is Fischel. Ay.
Lost in the lights, I think. That's unfortunate.
Kicked off his glove.
E4, obviously.
So that's an error on Fischel. Third error of the night for the Crabs.
Uncharacteristic for the Crabs infield.
And here's Spencer.
The pinch hitter, number 4.
Number 4, this is Chase Rossman. And Nelson's pitch to Rossman rides high. It's 1-0.
Now to play number 4, Chase Rossman.
1-0 pitch is a bounder back to over the mound, out to second. Fischel has it. His only play will be first. On the play, Edwardson will go to second. 1 away. Here's Newton, 0 for 3. Oh, no. Pinch hitter. This is Cam Johnson.
Now to play number 1, Cam Johnson.
mention that the United States Olympic softball team is beating Italy 2-0 right now.
And there's a swing and a miss. It's 0-1.
Go Team USA and all of the different Olympic sports. Baseball's back too. I'm excited.
The 0-1 grounder on the hole on the right side. Gioso has it. Nilsson covering, and Nilsson can't keep hold of it. That's going to be an error on one of them, and the run's going to score. So I think that'll be an error on Nilsson, actually. Giannis made a good throw. Nilsson just couldn't get his glove on it. On the play, Edwardson comes in to score. It's the second error of the inning for the Crabs.
Yeah, that was a tough play. Nilsson looked like he was a bit late getting over, and he just lost the ball because he was trying to get his foot on first base and trying to catch the ball at the same time. And
Yep, couldn't do it. So it's 8-3 now in favor of the Crabs. You want to give him a run? 8-3 with Johnson out at second, and there's a pitch low and outside, 1-0. This is Johnson. He's 1 for 4. And there's a fastball that misses low and inside, 2-0. The 2-0 misses high, 3-0.
kind of been the theme of the game. Lots of walks. Both sides.
Yeah, not so many late in the game, but early in the game for sure. Here's a 3-0 pitch from Nilsson. Ball 4.
Crabs want to give a special shout out to the De Silvas here from Grand Rapids, Michigan. At their
So first and second, a run is already in for the Tigers, and here's Morris, 0 for 2 with a couple of walks.
That was the combined 10th walk of both teams
Yeah.
so far in this game.
Yeah, that's a lot of walks. So Keenan Morris will step up with 2 on and 1 out. Here's the pitch, high and outside.
And given all those walks, the game is still moved along pretty quickly because we're on the top of the 9th with 1 out, and it's 9:41.
Yeah, it's true.
So it doesn't slow down the game too much.
The 1-0. Oh, hits him. That's going to load the bases. With 1 out. And here's Benavides. And here comes, I think that's
Eric
Ciccone out to the mound to indicate that the idea here is to throw strikes. Maybe clarify on what's supposed to be going on, what's supposed to happen there. Got someone headed out to the bullpen, too.
Well, Jack, you're up by 5 runs, and probably just need to throw strikes here.
Really
bud.
important just to try to get it right over the plate there. Let him hit the ball.
I mean, they can hit the ball, and not too much of a consequence so far.
So Johnson at third. Johnson at first. At second. That's another Johnson. There's 2 Johnsons. And then Morris at first. Johnson and Morris sounds like a law firm. Out on the bases.
Could we call them the vaccine boys?
Yeah, right. And here's Benavides. He has struck out twice, walked, and been hit by a pitch. Here we go, and the pitch is high and outside. And now a right-hander warming up quickly in the Crabs bullpen.
Yeah, Jack Nielsen was doing pretty good in the last inning, but he's gotten a bit wild here in the 9th. Just needs to focus on throwing the ball over the plate, not do too much.
1-0 is hit high in the air to left field. Going back is Morris. It's going to be up against the fence at the 394 sign. That's going to clear the bases. A 3-run double
Well,
for Benavides.
I mean, that's what he did.
And it's 8-5 in favor of the Crabs.
That's what he did. He focused on throwing the ball over the plate. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, it caught a little too much of the plate and brings it to within 2. It's 8-6.
8-6. Right, because 4 runs have scored. Right, 8-6.
So now this is a ball game. And it's probably Sean Prozell or Chad Wilson out there in the bullpen.
And that's going to be it for Nilsson. Whoever it is, he's coming in, I think. It looks like Prozell.
I'm not quite sure just yet.
So that's all for Jack Nilsson.
That's unfortunate. Jack Nilsson's outing started out really good, but,
Well, none of the runs are earned, if that's any consolation, because there were 2 errors in the inning.
you know, I don't think it's
Either one.
Yeah, I don't think it's Prozell or Wilson. It doesn't look like an 8 or a 10. I'm still looking.
Did you know the Crabs were founded in 1945? Did you know the Crabs were founded in 1945? The Humboldt Crabs are the oldest continuously operated collegiate independent woodbat summer baseball.
So we'll try to get a number.
Needs to turn his back just a little bit
It'd be
more.
nice if the umpire made some indication
Not the binoculars
who
out.
this guy is.
Oh, it's 32, I believe. Wesley Harper.
Okay, Wesley Harper.
Surprised it's not Chad Wilson or Sean Prozell, but maybe Robin just wants to give them a bit of a rest.
Could
They
be.
have pitched quite a bit lately.
Could be. So parallel games down in the Bay Area and up here tonight with the bullpens. Having
Right.
some struggles. Crabs were up 8-2. They're now up 8-6, and the Tigers still only have 2 hits.
And the Giants were up 6-1. Now they're only up 6-5. So
Mhm.
you're right. It's quite similar games here and down south in San Francisco, or way down south in LA, I mean.
Tigers have benefited from 2 errors in the inning, a hit batter, and a walk.
I can run through some of the other scores in the major leagues. The Diamondbacks currently leading the Pirates 11-5 at the end of the 8th inning. Earlier today, I watched a bit of this game. The A's beat the Angels 6-0. Mariners beat the Rockies in Denver 6-4. Jake Martin's not going to be too happy about that one. Big Rockies fan.
Well, it's not like they were going anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point.
Maybe Rockies fans have already given up at this point. But the Braves beat the Padres 2-1 in Atlanta.
Down the mound for the Crabbies, number 32 from San Jose, California.
Yankees beat the Phillies in the Bronx 6-4. The Reds beat the Mets 4-3 in Cincinnati. And did you see the Reds-Mets game last night?
No.
It was really crazy. I was watching parts of it. It ended up the Mets winning 15-11 in 11
Wow.
innings.
Really?
Yeah, it was a wild game. I was checking in at different points, and I saw the final inning of the game where the Mets scored a bunch of runs and finally held on to win.
All right, here we go. Here's Mijares. 0-2. Been hit by a pitch a couple of times. He's the tying run. Benavides out at second. Harper sets and deals a breaking pitch, swung on and missed, 0-1.
Gio Mijares is always trying to do damage, and luckily for the Crabs,
He swings very hard.
He hasn't connected yet, but
No, he has not.
I would be careful.
If he does here, we're in big trouble. 0-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Hits it hard past third base and down the line. That's going to score another run. On his way to second is Mijares. With a stand-up double, it's 8-7 Crabs.
Well, I think the situation has gotten quite serious now.
Unbelievable. They've plated 5 runs in the inning. aided by 2 errors, a hit batter, and a walk, and now 2 doubles.
Gotta give credit to the Tigers.
Absolutely.
I mean, it seemed like they were
Absolutely.
down and out of it, and they
Sure
have
did.
really
And
just
they-
steamrolled their way to getting within a run.
And
here
they've
in the
just
ninth.
taken advantage of every Crabs mistake here in this inning and then hit a couple of rockets on top of it.
Which not a lot of other teams that come through here tend to do. The Crabs can make a lot of mistakes, and a lot of the times they get away with it, but Brighton
Here-
Tigers are going to possibly make them regret it.
Here's the 0-1 and the pitch. Misses down low. This is Andrews. He's 0 for 2.
It's 1-0. New hitter.
There's 1 out. Tying run out at second. Here's the pitch. Fastball right down the middle. 1-1. None of the runs are earned. Crabs should have been out of the inning. Errors by the pitcher and the shortstop and the second baseman have opened the door, and the Tigers have stepped right in. Here's the 1-1. Called strike on the outside corner. It's 1-2. Good pitch. Big at bat right here. Crabs really need to get this guy out. 1-2 the count. Now look out at second. Harper deals. Grounder to short. Throw to first. He beat it out.
Oh,
I'll be darned.
man.
It was a slow roller, and that's going to extend the inning. Here's O'Brien.
Wow.
Third hit of the game for the Tigers. They trail by run, and now they have the go-ahead run on base with only 1 out.
I mean, the one positive on that play for the Crabs is that Gio Maharis stayed at second, and
That's right.
they have a chance for the double play.
They're going to put a pinch runner in, it looks like, for Maharis. This is number 5. Drew Andrews out to pinch run.
Wait, but he just was at first. He was the one who singled.
True enough.
I am so
I don't know what
so
rule allows
confused.
for that, but anyway. No, he went in the Andrews. No, Andrews is at first. He's
Yeah.
still number 5. So there's a different pinch run. Oh, there's 2 number
There are
5s.
2 number 5s on the field.
It's a
All
different
right.
guy. We don't know who it is.
Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Nope. Unless somehow he split himself in 2
Oh.
and cloned himself out there. That would be
Be a
weird.
conspiracy.
There's a fastball on the outside corner, 0-1.
Well, things have gotten quite weird here in this inning.
Things have
so
gotten
I
weird.
wouldn't
They've
be
played at
surprised.
5 runs to get within a run, and they've got 2 more on the pond with only 1 out. 0-1 to O'Brien. O'Brien has struck out twice and walked twice. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Great pitch from Wesley Harper there.
Yet again, another huge at bat. Here in the top of the 9th inning, Crabs clinging to a 1-run lead. It looked like a walk in the park. 8-2 lead in the 9th. And suddenly, here we are with the Tigers growling at the door. Here's the pitch. Misses down low. 1-2. And all these fans who left the game early because it was 8-2, if you're listening, let this
Yep.
be a lesson.
You don't
Let
leave
this be a
baseball games
lesson.
early. And
Do
you
not
can't-
leave early.
You can't blame the traffic either.
No,
'cause
you can't
We're in
blame the
Humboldt
traffic.
County, and this is not a big city.
The 1-2 is hit out to short. Throw to second for 1. Back to first, and he throws it over his head. That's going to tie the ball game. Third error of the inning. The second by Ethan Fischel. And we are tied at 8. Oh, my.
Well, is it an error? Because the out was made at second. You can't assume a double play, right?
Oh, that's right. You can't assume a double play. I thought the runner went to second. So, either way,
It's a fielder's
they
choice.
didn't get the double play. It's a fielder's choice. The game is tied.
Oh, but you could say the error allowed the runner to come home, right?
Right. It is an error.
So
Thank
there-
you. Yes.
there is an error
I
on
was
the
right.
play.
I was initially. I was right. Okay. So anyway, so that was O'Brien that hit that.
Unbelievable.
Somehow, wait. I've still got 3 runners. I've got somehow. Oh, they got him. Okay. So 6-4. 2 away. He comes in to score. And we are tied at 8. We're going to go into extra innings.
Well, we still have the bottom of the ninth to play, Benjamin.
Oh, right. Swing and a miss. 0-1 now. Is it 0-1 or 1-1 to
I have 0-2.
Edwardson? 0-2 to Edwardson. Wow, they batted around here in the 9th inning. Who would have thought?
Well, again, hats off to the Reading Tigers.
They saw their chance and took it.
Yep.
Here's the pitch. Absolutely. And that pitch misses way outside. 1-2.
And like I said earlier, it's rare that opposing teams do that. Often the Crabs get away with a lot of errors, but the Reading Tigers have made it hurt and made it hurt bad.
Hurts real bad. Here's the 1-2. Down low. 2-2.
What'd you do, man?
2-2 pitch. Foul tipped up against the backstop.
This to the team, man. How could you do this to the team, man? Going down there and messing everything up. It's all on you, T-Mac.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner on first, 2 outs. Tied at 8 in the top of the 9th. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss got him, and finally the inning comes to an end, but not before the Tigers played 6 runs on 3 hits. There were 3 errors and 1 left, and at the end of 8.5, we're tied at 8. This is absurd. Crabs baseball, 1480 KGOE. All right, bottom of the 9th inning, tied at 8. It'll be Gioso, Allenson, and Fischel for the Crabs. A stunning top of the 9th inning as the Crabs gave up 6 runs, 3 errors in the inning, back-to-back doubles by the Tigers, not to mention a walk and a hit batter, and the Tigers came roaring back, down 8-2. And so we stand tied. Here we are in the bottom of the 9th. Gioso, 2 for 3 tonight with a double.
Gioso's a guy who can end this game real quick.
Here's the pitch. And he hits it in the air to left field. Johnson under it, 1 away.
Me and Jake aren't mad about that.
Now the play to double deuce, Andrew Allenson.
Here's Allenson, 2 for 4. And he hits one high in the air to right center field. Going back is the right fielder, and the center fielder, it'll be the center fielder Benavides under it for out number 2.
Now to play number 12, Ethan Fischel.
So here's Fischel, 0 for 3. And there's a fastball high and inside, 1-0. Crabs have not scored a run since the 5th inning, by the way. Here's the 1-0. And that one misses inside again, 2-0.
Well, Matt Wycamp's done a pretty good job.
And the run they scored in the 5th was an unearned run.
Yeah, Matt Wycamp's done a pretty good job holding
he
the
has.
Crabs at bay.
2-0. Lashed foul. The 2-1. Misses high and inside, 3-1. The 3-1 from Weidkamp. Misses inside. Officials aboard.
All right, winning run on base.
So the winning run out at first with 2 outs. Here's David Morgan.
Number 20,
1 for 3 with a walk.
It would be great if David Morgan could come back from injury and walk it off for the Crabs.
And he takes a fastball high and outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 misses high again, 2-0. They're going to put a pinch runner in for
Drake DiGiorno, it looks like.
official. It's going to be DiGiorno.
Going into pit run, number 1, Drake DiGiorno.
DiGiorno takes his lead, 2-0 the count. And the pitch to Morgan, swing and a miss. The runner's going to throw down. The second is not in time. So DiGiorno promptly steals second. He's the winning run now. 2-1, I believe, is the count to Morgan.
I'm not sure if you called that. Did you call that strike?
I have no idea. Yep, 2-1 is the count.
2-1.
So Morgan with a chance to win the game here with a base hit. The 2-1 in the dirt, 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. All right, so Morgan reaches on the walk. That's first and second with 2 outs. Here's Connor Kincaid. Now the manager out to the mound to have a word with Weidkamp.
All right, folks, we're having lots of fun out there.
2 are out, 2 are on. We are in the bottom of the 9th inning. We are tied at 8. 8 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Tigers. 8 runs, 10 hits, 5, count them, 5 errors for the Crabs.
Now the play, number 2, Connor Kincaid.
Only 2 of the Tigers' runs are earned. Here's Kincaid. Walked, struck out, doubled, and hit into a double play. And the pitch. Runner on third goes, and the ball is hit foul into the third base picnic area, left field picnic area. Oh and 1. The 0-1 misses way outside, 1-1.
Saying if this would be the first walk-off of the season. Ethan Fischel walked off like early in the season, like the first Sunday game, I think.
A ball and a strike to count. Here's the pitch. Breaking pitch. The runner's going to third, and he's a dead duck. Inning over. Crabs, no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left, and at the end of 9, we're going in extra innings. We are tied at 8. This is astounding. Crabs baseball, 1480 KGOE. All right, going in the top of the 10th inning. Here's Liam to bring us the inning.
Thank you, Benjamin. Well, somehow we have gone here. Top of the 10th inning. We're tied 8-8.
Some sloppy baseball on the Crabs' part, but on the other hand, the Tigers took advantage. So here we are.
That's off to the Tigers for taking advantage of the errors and scoring 6 runs in the top of the 9th. No team has been able to do that to the Crabs so far this season. All right, so
Now to play number 4, Chase Rossman.
Chase Rossman due up for the Reading Tigers against Wesley Harbor.
Yeah, Rossman came in as a pinch hitter last inning when they batted around.
Yep. Pitch to Rossman is outside, and it's 1-0. Pitch swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Second time the Crabs have gone to extra innings this season. I believe it was against the Lincoln Potters in the first Sunday game of the season. The 1-1 is swung on and missed, 1-2. That was the last time the Crabs went to extra innings. And I think, if my memory serves me right, it went to the 12th. And Ethan Fischel hit a single
I think
to walk
you're right
it
about
off.
that, yeah.
1-2 pitch is inside, 2-2. That game did not go to extra innings in the heartbreaking fashion that it has tonight. Inside, count goes full 3-2. To Rossman is a ground ball hit to the second baseman, Drake DiGiorno. He'll throw to first, 1 down. And that's going to bring up Cam Johnson.
At the play, number 1, Cam Johnson.
He got aboard. He came in to pinch hit in the 9th inning and was aboard on the error by Nilsson.
Pitch to Cam Johnson in there for a called strike. 0-1. A high ground ball to David Morgan at third. Picks it cleanly to throw to first. It's over the first baseman, Gabe Gioso's head. And Cam Johnson is going to dive into second on the error by David Morgan, right?
Absolutely.
And the errors continue to plague the Crabs in this game.
5th error of the game, 6th error of the game for the Crabs.
Uncharacteristic.
And that was just launched. I mean, that wasn't even close to getting to play at first.
I mean, early on in the season, the Crabs infield was making a ton of errors, but really, since the road trip to San Luis Obispo, they have played very well. And this is quite out of character, especially since David Morgan has gone to the team. As the first pitch is
that's big trouble.
lined into left center field. That's going to get to the wall. Cam Johnson heading around third. He's going to score, and the Reading Tigers have taken the lead 9-8 off of the Khalid Johnson double. Wow.
Well, yet again, the Tigers saw a chance and took it.
And yet again, the Tigers capitalize on a Crabs error.
Yet another unearned run. They
Wow.
have 9 runs, 7 of which are unearned. And now the Crabs looking at a loss when they had an blowing a 6-run lead.
Well, if the Crabs can't come back in the bottom of the 10th, this is going to
Stunning.
be one that's going to hurt for a while.
It's a stunner.
Keenan Morris will step in. First pitch to Morris is popped up, foul territory. David Morgan, third baseman, heading over to the Crabs dugout, but that's going to head out of play. It's 0-1. Well, the Giants are still beating the Dodgers 6-5. If that's any consolation to any Giants fans
It is not.
tuning in.
It is not, Liam.
I know it isn't. Just trying to make people feel better.
Well, stop it.
All right. 0-1 count to Keenan Morris. Runner on second, 1 out. Pitch to Keenan Morris. Swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Well, I mean,
what do you say? The Tigers, Crabs make an error, and what do the Tigers do? Next guy drills one.
Yeah.
They've only got 5 hits tonight. I think they have 5 hits. And they're all extremely timely hits.
Yeah, they've taken advantage of the Crabs' mistakes. 0-2 pitch is outside, 1-2. It's not often that when the Crabs have made a ton of errors that it's actually come back to hurt them this season.
Well, it's like you said earlier, these teams are not that far apart. The Crabs have beaten them, but not by huge numbers.
Yeah.
They've been in the game pretty much every game we've played, and so you can't make, you obviously can't make 6 errors
Yeah, these
against such a
Tigers,
team.
they're a pretty good team. They are no pushover.
They're tenacious, that's for sure.
1-2 pitch to Keenan Morris is in there for a call. Strike 3. 2 down. I don't think Keenan Morris loved that call. It's going to bring up Mike Benavides.
Now to play number 45, Mike Benavides.
First pitch to Benavides is in there for a called strike, 0-1.
We don't need your pity, ump.
One pitch is outside, and it's 1-1. Maybe Zach Norton, has a Netflix show or something he wants to watch later. One to Benavides is in there for a called strike, 1-2. All right, runner on second. 1-2 count to Benavides, 2 outs, a run across here on the top of the 10th for the Reading Tigers. It's 9-8. Runner goes, the pitch is outside, the play at third, and Johnson has third base stolen. So runner at third with 2 outs. The Reading Tigers have kind of given the Crabs a little taste of their own medicine
Absolutely.
in this game, in that they've run all over the bases just like the Crabs typically do on opposing teams.
Yes, they've done that.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the Tigers learned a little bit about the Crabs last time they played them and might be using that to their advantage. The 2-2 pitch, check swing, but it's a called strike 3, and that's going to end the inning. But unfortunately, the Tigers get a run here in the top of the 10th, and they lead it 9-8. The Crabs have some work to do to keep this game going in the bottom of the 10th. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball on KGOE 1480 and watching live on the Crabs YouTube channel.
Now to play for the Crabs, number 2, Connor Kincaid.
Back to downtown Arcata. It's the bottom of the 10th inning. The Crabs now trail the Reading Tigers 9-8. And Connor Kincaid will be the first to step in against the Tigers pitcher, Matt Weidkamp. Kincaid shows bunt, pulls it back, but it's a called strike 0-1. The one pitch is outside, 1-1. Crabs had a big lead going into the top of the 9th inning, but the Tigers were the beneficiary of several Crabs errors in the 9th as the 1-1 pitch is popped up foul out of play. It's 1-2. They were the beneficiary of several Crabs errors, and they scored 6 runs in the top of the 9th inning, and none of them were earned, right, Benjamin?
None of them were earned. Nope.
And they added one more in the top of the 10th.
And that one wasn't earned either.
Yep, and that's where we stand. The 1-2 pitch is outside, and it's 2-2.
Yep. Combination of a Crab's self-destruction and a...
To Kincaid, grounded to the shortstop. Keenan Morris, he'll throw to first, and that's a nice play, 1 down.
That was well executed. Good job. I was going to say, combination of Crab's meltdown and the Tigers playing some great baseball. What can you say?
Yeah, a lot of opposing teams have benefited from Crab's errors, but they haven't
Not been able to
executed enough to
No.
make it actually hurt the Crabs. But the
And
Reading Tigers have done that and more tonight.
And the hits they've gotten in the last 2 innings were not cheap hits.
No.
They were smashed.
Aiden Morris swings and misses at the first pitch he faces. It's 0-1.
That double by Johnson in the last inning was all the way to the 394 sign. And then the 2 doubles in the 9th inning were also hit very hard.
0-1 is outside, 1-1. Yeah, I mean, they had to earn it in some way.
They absolutely
did. It was
did.
not just the Crabs' errors. It was they had to actually move those runners home. The 1-1 to Morris is a high ground ball to his brother, Keenan Morris. He'll field it and throw his brother out at first, 2 down.
Wow, I think this is a first in my 21 years hanging out at the Crabs ballpark of seeing the Crabs blow a lead this large.
Yeah,
I don't think they've ever blown an 8-2 lead before.
I can't say I remember this ever happening either.
Especially in the ninth. Let's put it. I know it's never happened where a team got 6 runs in the ninth inning or more.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you haven't seen it, I sure have not seen it.
I'm sure I've never seen it because
pitch.
I would have tattooed it somewhere on my person. So
Well, is that what's going to
for
happen
the grief
after this game if the Crabs end up losing? Ethan Smith fouls a pitch back. It's 0-1.
0-1 the count. Man, this is tough. Here's the 0-1.
Are you calling the inning?
No,
now,
sorry.
Benjamin?
sorry.
0-2 to Ethan Smith.
I was setting it up for you.
By all means.
Here's
I mean,
the
if
0-1, and here's
wanna,
Liam's going to call it.
If you want to, deal with this painful situation.
I'm grieving. Excuse me.
Crabs down to their final strike. The 0-2 pitch, high and outside, 1-2. To Ethan Smith is popped up foul out of play down the left field line into the left field area.
He'd straighten that out a little bit. He might have tied the game.
Still 1-2, and Ethan Smith has some power. He can definitely tie this ball game with one swing. That's what the Crabs need. The 1-2 pitch, and it hits him on the back, and he's going to head to first, and that's big for the Crabs because Ethan Smith has a lot of speed and can pretty easily get himself into scoring position if he does it right. But as of now, he stands at first, and Tyler Gannis is the winning run now. And he'll step into the batter's box.
Gannis is 1 for 5.
And I mean, if Tyler Gannis hits a ball into the gap, I think this game can easily get tied with Ethan Smith's speed. First pitch to Gannis, low and inside, 1-0. Pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Ethan Smith stands at first. 1-1 count to Tyler Gannis. 2 outs, bottom of the 10th. Crabs down by a run. Smith goes, pitches outside. Cam Johnson mishandles it.
That's what we thought was going to happen.
And Ethan Smith steals second easily. I mean, I think pretty much everyone in the ballpark knew that Ethan Smith was going to steal second. He pretty much does it at will. And now the tying run is in scoring position. 2-1 to Gannis. Ground ball to third. Andrews picks it up, throws to first.
Oh, he
first
dropped
baseman
it.
mishandles it. Ethan Smith, he's going to race home from third. He's safe, and this ball game is tied.
Unbelievable.
And Tyler Gannis is going to head to second. Oh, my God. What a roller coaster on just that one play. You think the game is over, and then the first baseman, Gio Maharis, can't handle it. And then Ethan Smith scores while Gio Maharis still has the ball. Wow. So how are we scoring that, Benjamin?
That's an error.
E5.
No, E1, E3.
Right, E3. That's right.
Aaron Casillas.
E3.
Now a chance to win it.
That's going to bring up Aaron Casillas, which is a called strike to him, 0-1.
Casillas tonight is 2 for 5.
Now the winning run stands at second. Tyler Gannis. on to Aaron Casillas. It's a looping fly ball out to right field. The right fielder going to his right, and he's going to make the catch, and we are headed to the 11th inning. Good play by the right fielder, Rossman, to end the inning. The Crabs get 1 run and tie the game at 9-9 as we head to the top of the 11th. The professor, Benjamin Schaefer, will have the 11th inning for you. You're listening to Humble Crabs Baseball on KGOE 1480 and watching live on the Crabs YouTube channel. Welcome back to the ballpark, and somehow we are in the top of the 11th inning. And now the call, the 11th inning for you. Here is the professor, Benjamin Schaefer.
All right, well, what a wild ball game. Maybe the wildest game I've ever seen at this park. Crabs blowing 8-2 lead, fall behind 9-8, and then come back to tie the score with 2 outs on an error. Mijares, Andrews, and O'Brien to bat for the Tigers.
Is there a different number 5 on their roster that's not Andrews?
Nope.
Weird. Okay. It'll just be number 5.
This should be Mijares, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but it's a pinch hitter.
All right, he came in a
pinch.
pinch run, so. So we don't know his name. So
Nope.
number 5 takes a pitch down low. It's 1-0. There's a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. This is still Harper out on the mound.
Yep.
Oh, and to the count. Here's the pitch, number 5, and he takes a strike right down the middle for the first out of the inning. 1 away. Here's Andrews. Andrews came in as a pinch hitter in the 5th. He's 1 for 3. And the pitch to Andrews, check swing, and it's a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Crabs in the bottom of the 10th will have
11th.
bottom of the 11th, Gioso, Allenson, and DiGiorno. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air to left field. Going back is Morris. He's under it. 2 away. Boy, all these poor folks that left the game in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning
Right?
have no idea, I'm sure, what they're missing.
Yeah.
None. We have a pitcher warming up, a right-hander warming up in the pen for the Tigers, and looks like another right-hander warming in the pen for the Crabs. Here's O'Brien. The left-hander takes a fastball down at the knees for a called strike. O'Brien tonight is 0 for 3 with a couple of walks. Here's the 0-1. This is low and outside, 1-1. I've had to turn my scorebook over to the next game now.
Yeah, you know the game has been crazy when you have to do that.
A swing and a miss, 1-2.
Last night, I paper scored the Giants game. It had been a while since I'd done that.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. They're going to have to throw down the first, and they do to complete the inning. Tigers go in order in the 11th. Stay tuned. Bottom 11 coming up. This is Crabs Baseball, 1480 KGOE. We are back. We have a new pitcher on the mound for the Tigers. This is number 34. Yes, 30. Is it 31 or 34? 30. Maybe it's 30. I can't tell who it is. It's 31. So it's Colby Button. Colby Button. So third pitcher of the night, Colby Button on in relief of Weidkamp, who pitched real well. He'll face DiGiorno, Morgan, and Kincaid.
I have Gioso coming up next.
Sorry, Gioso, Allenson, and DiGiorno. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, Gabe Gioso can end this game real quick, like I said when he was up last.
He may still be here tomorrow night. Just pray.
And the crazy thing is that this isn't even the latest the Crabs game has gone.
No, it
this
isn't.
Season.
No,
I think we had a 9-inning game that went till almost 11. It's
because there were so many walks.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this game went very quickly in the middle innings, and so even though it's gotten crazy here at the end, we're still not here that late. So here's Gabe Gioso to lead it off. So far tonight, Gioso has walked, singled, doubled, and lined to left twice. 9 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Tigers. 9 runs, 10 hits, 5 errors for the Crabs. Button's pitch. Misses high with a fastball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Fastball on the outside corner, 1-1 now to Gioso. Here's the 1-1 to Gioso. Fouled up against the screen, and it's 1-2. One and 2 to count. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses away, 2-2. So the Giants lost, huh?
The Giants just blew it, so
Unbelievable.
hopefully
6-1 lead.
Crabs don't.
Cardinals blew a big lead today, too. The Cubs came back in the 9th and beat them.
Yep.
2-2 pitch. way outside, and the count goes full.
Hoping for a better outcome in this game for the Crabs. Then.
Man, that's tough for the Giants, though. I mean, in a pennant race like that, to blow a lead that big.
Yeah, that's one that's going to hurt.
Well, it just really demonstrates how badly they are in need of some relief pitching. Here's the 3-2, ball 4. So the winning run aboard for the Crabs. Here's Andrew Allenson. Allenson so far tonight struck out single twice, grounded to first unassisted, and flied to center. Gioso takes his lead. Here's the pitch to Allenson, and he fouls it up against the screen, 0-1. The 0-1 misses down low. Allenson thought about it, held up. One and one the count. And now throw to first, and he throws it into right field. On his way to second is Gioso. He's going to go all the way to third, and the Crabs now will have the winning run at third base with nobody out on a 2-run error by Button. Yikes.
That'll do it.
Man, that is a tough way. Whew.
I mean, that just kind of is this game in a nutshell.
I mean,
right?
he just airmailed that over to first. I mean, that ball just kept going. I mean, he threw that almost into the – I mean –
yeah. I mean –
that was really nuts. And now, what choice do they have? They got to bring the infield in.
There are some pitchers that just can't throw to first. I mean, John Lester in the major leagues is one of them.
Yeah, but that's why you see Lester never throw to first.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that wasn't just a – I mean, that was a two-base error. That wasn't just like, oh, he threw it away. I mean, he threw it away.
That was
wow.
a bit high.
Now they're out on the mound. Long conversation out there, and man, if they end up losing this game, I'm going to feel bad for the Tigers at the way they came back, and then to blow it on 2 errors too. The only reason this game's tied is because of an error in the bottom of the 10th.
Yep. Errors have been the theme.
7 errors in the game, and they have really been of consequence.
No, there are 9 actually.
I mean, 9 errors in the game. That's right, 9 errors in the game.
6 home errors, 3 visiting errors.
So Gioso all over at third. The infield's in on the grass. Here's the pitch, and there's a ground ball through the left-right side, and the Crabs win it. A thrilling 10-9 victory, an RBI single for Andrew Allenson, and that'll end it. The Crabs come back. They blow an 8-2 lead. They get down 9-8 and end up winning it 10-9 in 11 innings. This has got to be the wildest ball game I've ever witnessed out here, Liam.
I think I have to agree with you. I've never seen a Crabs game like this before.
What a scene. What a tough loss for the Tigers, though. I have to say, I do kind of feel bad for them after that.
Yeah, I do, too. I mean, they took advantage of a lot of Crabs' mistakes, but the Crabs just held on. They held on with all their might and were able to pull out this win.
Well,
I mean,
the Crabs forced mistakes on them. That throw, that error, he's trying to hold the runner. He knows he's got to keep Gioso at first. If Gioso gets to second, right, I mean, he's going to steal third. They know that.
Yep.
And they haven't really been able to shut down so that you can't really blame the pitcher for throwing to first there, and he just threw it over his head, and that really was the backbreaker right there. So what a ball game, Liam.
Wow, yeah. I mean, really, it unfortunately for the Crabs, the ball game became a lot more exciting.
Yes, right.
Than it had to be. But, I mean, for the fans and for us watching, now that we know that we've just won the game, it was a really exciting ball game.
Wow, and those of you who left early, if you're listening, like I said, this should be a lesson to you. Do not leave a ball game early. You never know what's going to happen. That's what separates baseball from all the other sports.
There's no clock.
There's no clock.
Yep.
All right, well, fans, thanks for listening. It's been an exhaustive and exciting evening. For Liam Warner, this is Benjamin Schaefer. Have a great night. This is Crabs Baseball, 1480 KGOE.